perhaps we see an Endpoint crush of their chances of getting back in that fashion. Don't know how much leeway I'll give them, but USPs now, I don't give them much of anything as the bomb is to be planted and the stack is a failure. 5v5 on the retake back in. Won't be easy, but we're going to at least give a look into maybe some exit frags as they're scattering around the map to get in better position, but they've already gotten flanked out. An SMG to collect one, but a Zuu has been found just as well. That's a gun floored, and now Sajad needs to look to pick that one back up as there are so many bodies in this direction. Drops some more of them, and a Molotov at his toes, and he's not able to get away as he's actually been shot through, and more damage and more money to be made by Trunic for that op.
Well worth it. Nicely found. See them go down most likely, but it's still worth continuing to fight. One more extra kill there tacked on. One more reinvestment forced to be had from Endpoint. And I mean, this third round buy, it's not often that you have a player in like 6K digits, but he's got a full belt of utility and he tossed an AWP over to Danis, so that's a you know, that's an incredible end to a pretty light round for Team Space. Lost on mollies. HE molly combo there. I don't know if the molly necessarily went where they wanted. I think it's supposed to block towards E-box, but the HE certainly was on the money. That does nearly 100 damage. Two separate players.
Oh, almost the timing onto the next one to do a little bit more, but they did get out. Molly for flush. Nobody home. Holding a tight angle now is Sajad, hoping that somebody will give it to him, but as he goes in for his readjustment, he is able to find that first. I don't know if Trunic is going to be read upon. It's going to be a hard one for him to try and brain up. Even still, Trunic might give it to him instead, and he does. He gives it to him and then doubles down, and even more beyond that, perhaps, as he gets an AK-47 in a smoke.
3 rounds, Trunic has been a problem. Started off with that pistol 3K. Followed it up with damage done in the second. Now a double up in the third. Scaring them off of this B site. Forcing their hand towards this A. Now they're getting loud about it. No secret, but a Zulu strikes from A main. Putting severe problems on X5 and Vert. That's going to cut it into the site. They've got very low HP for Zulu and Surreal, but you don't see a lot of initiative on this retake. I just don't even know if they'll give it a go. Maybe not fully recognizing how low they are. Maybe just too far removed from the situation.
But it's going to be a save either way. Point off the back of their T side. Definitely look well enough prepared. Playing this one out with little issue navigating the early to mid rounds. They are using their utility effectively enough to be able to get the map control that they desire. They're able to hold on to that map control after a majority of the time. The only issue is Trunic so far. Not often you'll find somebody doubling up an E-box there on a dry re-swing with no teammate in sight, but every now and then you will, and Trunic is going to be that guy, at least in that round, but it still wasn't going to be enough to pull them across. Need a little bit more oomph from the remaining crew. Now with Denise having that AWP and the AK-47 for Trunic, those are the two players that you want with those weapons, as Trunic 8-2 despite being 3-0 down. Something needs to change. No kills for the rest of the team? Holy ghost.
Wow. It's actually nuts. But this time they fight forward into canals. They've taken another 100 damage from that HE. And that's such an easy pickup. Surreal's actually doing 100 damage in these rounds with the HEs. Both times that they've tried their luck in taking E-box control. And Trunic, the only player that has been able to put up any resistance, been knocked out of the server early on.
Yeah, that is just a relief for Endpoint now. The guy who's been just hitting everything.
Menace.
No longer have to worry about him.
breathe easy for at least a second or two here. But how long that'll last, I'm unsure. Eagle out, unable to connect onto heads yet, but they are at head level as they walk in towards the site. They're going to be pretty cautious about how they go about it with spams along the wall, but even still, Fossil's not done there. He wants to crawl back in for a kill or two more. Bomb planted, not safe though as a Zulu around the bend as the re-engagement is a complete and utter success. Smoke down to the floor is going to make things complicated for him. Needs somebody else now to make something happen, and working up E-Box with the op is Denise, affording an AK to Vert, who goes in first, but no support from then onwards is down.
Sitting into the wolves.
They're so low.
Are a couple low HP bars, and maybe that, you know, baits them forward, but I think that's almost unfortunate. Siop has recovered. Surreal. Oh, he's gonna be toast here soon. Oh. Okay. Never mind. X5 goes for the kill. I think it's a smart move to try and.
Oh, I thought that was him for some reason. I don't know why there was another CT. I jump scared myself.
Wow. Oh, that was a cool noise you made there too.
It's like that was like a Lego character death sound.
Yeah, something like that.
You play any of the Lego games when you were younger?
Played Lego Star Wars, Lego Batman, Lego Indiana Jones.
Oh wow, okay, so you're a connoisseur.
Yeah,
My mistake,
that was
sir.
a big PS2 game for me.
Yeah. Same here. An era long gone by. Now I'm a PC gamer. Now I play Counter-Strike 2. This so too to Endpoint. They're playing it well thus far. This is probably the earliest amount of failure they've seen in a while, as Sajad is already on 2 HP without having spotted anybody out even as of yet. But Bomb on the back of Crucial taking first dibs on the peak towards B main. He's been spotted, heard, communicated over to, and that will send them into towards the site in which Mighty Max takes point double.
Okay.
On the entry, big man on campus.
Mighty Max. Open up a little bit here. Got a couple entries for you, and they just can't find any kills, can they, on this CT side? That's the struggle. Trunick's got 8 of them. Dennis and Fossil have both found themselves kind of somewhat impactful, but less though kills on, you know, rounds that were already over. So I mean, they just need some resistance, but it is such a crawling start of having to constantly save this weaponry. And Endpoint will put a smile on their face, say, you can save all you want, because when you have those rifles, you're not taking us down with them anyways. And that's a good feeling to be in. I think I would say that if I was them. Get in your opponent's head a little bit.
It's not nice.
Yeah.
Mean isn't cool.
Well, anything for a matchmaking win.
Okay. When you put it like that, I mean,
I guess in this case it's a, you know, an official, but anything
wait,
for a CCT win.
this isn't matchmaking?
No.
Oh, we're VOD reviewing for our next Anubis game.
Whatever VOD review, I think I'm writing down that HC that Cyril's been tossing on their noggins every time towards Z-Box.
True. Honestly, true, yeah. Kind of
Absurd how companies found success with early damage on that one. And Denise versus Crucial has been a talk we haven't really had to have all that much, even though they both have had AWPs for quite some time. And Crucial finding his, and Denise is able to fall away and save more often than not, but even still, this is his test once again, but spammed out top side of the smoke, so Jot will do it this time instead. But Vert looking to actually puff up his chest in mid and calling upon X5 to help out both with a kill and finding a man advantage, something they haven't seen in quite some time, and looking to convert successfully so thus far. Only Crucial now left up and standing. A mid shot should seal the deal.
Should. Don't want to give him too much. Trunick will actually give him a bit of an isolated one. All is good though. It's finally, even in this occasion, a 4v5, they're able to recover that with a quick fight, collapse on middle. Lost a little bit of space on the A side, but I don't think that Endpoint reacted in time to really, you know, get much of an advantage off that. So credit to Space. I think where they fall in the individual front right now, they make up for it in the numbers game and fighting as a unit. We'll see if that can continue. Slow things down on the T side. It's not all that impossible to make a recovery in the second half once you head into the T side of Anubis.
Bye again for Endpoint, having found all those rounds in succession. Still really not out of turmoil financially. Trade for Mighty Max, though, wanting a little bit more than even that, running it through and even finding good damage onto Vert, but no kill, no dice, but a site. It is open and free for the take. Back into it is the Opera. Able to find them without a crucial post. It's an easy snapshot for him to find his second kill in the game in general. Got another smoke, though. Sajat can refresh camera position in just a few moments, which he just might. And maybe sent the flashbang out towards A main. Could give them what they need, as there's another en route. Molly down to the floor. Needing to get out of the way, though, is crucial more than anything else, because he's caught between both angles. Bird burning a lot of HP from Fossil being lost, but another missed opportunity from the Dutchman, needing Sajat now to help out a little bit. Plays from bottom site. Should have this one finished off. And they just wrap it up like a nice little present, a neat little bow on top team space with the retake.
That one's that was a little interesting switch up. They have the rifle covering off A main, and then so terrified of Danis. The value of him staying alive there is incredible, because all he had to do was sit outside the smoke and draw attention. The threat of him pushing that was enough to keep them concerned. Again, forces those switch ups, forces those change and repositions that Endpoint not super comfortable in the 2v2. A nice attempt though to pull it back either way. Already were in a tough spot post. Not too bad. Got themselves a bit of money problems right now. They got Tech 9s and a half buy. That's pretty threatening. And they're speeding it up towards middle.
Sajat's AK cooking up just behind Mighty Max, actually phasing the A smoke. There's nobody directly placed inside of the site. I think that Azu is going to have his work cut out for him as a solo man outside. But once they do get through, he might have a timing to walk in with their backs turned in a crunch. Definitely in the cards. But there goes the flash for camera. They're going to realize that nobody is home. Now Azu will call upon his teammates. He's called into action just as well. There's so many targets left, right. Not sure where to look. X5 and Vert both caught with their pants down in that moment, and they're not able to hold on. As they jump through, they get this site with ease, and they even retrieve some weaponry to go along with it, as Sajat's AK-47 finally finding some impact and dropping another body on the extremity. No way in for Team Space. They may have found a couple of these rounds here and there, but other than that, they're going to be forced back to their old ways, and that's a save. Fossil and Denise now with an AWP and an AK once more. Kits, some utility, a smoke and flash per player. It's a good amount of money they're going to be able to save, and they can drop weapons over, and even still, Trunic and Vert will be able to buy for themselves a rifle and armor utility to boot, but even so, 6 rounds for Endpoint is getting a little bit indomitable, I think, as we go deeper and deeper in the stretch of this T side in a map where it certainly is favored. Endpoint drawing up this many of them is going to be hard to account for if they can't manage 3 or 4 rounds at the very least on their defense team space. No. Tactical timeout. Pause through. And Exner, what do we make of this tac timeout now? What are team space missing?
I mean, that last round, it felt like any mid control. And the first couple, and the first 5, really just any resistance, any fight. They're just not shooting back. When you have 4 players and 0 kills, and you're 5 rounds deep into a game, it might just be that we're not warmed up. I don't know. It's just kind of surprising to see how much success, how comfortable things look at the beginning stages. I mean, and sometimes that's just the luxury you get starting off on the T side of Anubis, but of course course correct pretty quickly. Dennis is going to try his luck with a early play on towards middle. Maybe identifying the weakness in that last move.
It actually accelerated off the back of that HE being thrown out. And a blind Mighty Max spotted him out at first, but a wild spray and one that connects. Sajat will fall, but the B site is theirs even still. And oh my god, Mighty Max is so far up. Wait a minute. Oh, that's a little bit crazy. What was a Tech 9 in that position trying to get ahead of the game. And this is looking a lot more sloppy from Endpoint than anything else. They don't have a smoke from CT. Surreal crosses to the bomb site with Bomb, barely able to get away with his life, despite Crucial having a smoke to deploy. And now they're going to need to fight head-on aim duels first. One up, nobody holding towards E-Box, but Azulu turns.
Surreal left with his back turned. Yeah, not a chance. Can't separate those two duels. A bit of a wild one. I feel like they maybe expected Danis to be in Temple, waiting behind that smoke again in this clutch. Danis just being in the server creates so much panic. This is a big overextension, I feel like. Just a small thing that maybe you would have wished you maybe didn't make that sort of play. Maybe you just wish you reloaded your A1S, but
yeah,
either way. Not able to get past that defense, even with the quickness. And Space getting back. This map slowly but surely, even with a slow start to this map, you only need so much foundation.
Place where they had found pretty decent success previously, at least getting in control from his A main, but that was in tandem with some mid pressure. It's Zulu feigning that on his own as the rest group with Bomb out towards that B site. It's Sajat who's got really the power play position, but can't get even a single kill from there. Everyone now trying every gimmick in the book to try and pull out something to make their way on and through. To ascend into this is not going to be an easy position if they can't get an opener. They're going to be running in somewhat blind otherwise as the smoke is dropped down at the 49-second mark. That is going to waste a lot of time for the T's and really honestly give them not a whole lot in the way of mystery. And Azubu, he's going to need to be the guy from that same spot that Sajat had fallen in just a few moments ago.
Continue to test safe side. They're up for the task. Well executed utility. Wow, look at that, a gap in the smoke to play off of. He gets away with that perfectly. At this point, just too many players on the site proper. Not gonna have much of a chance to get through this one. Zulu looking for any sort of damage. Trunik will give him that much, but quickly shut down. A very comfortable look. Team Space this time around, and again, this is all that you need, is just to get a little foundation first, and once you get to that point, the victory on this map becomes more straightforward. Then you have your T side to look forward to.
4 rounds really the threshold that I had for Team Space. This is them now meeting Matt. They have 1 smoke to go into to B, so Max just running it up and actually catching one off guard. These rounds where they have only ecos, it seems that they're actually doing better than many others as they've gotten into a bomb site for a plant once again with armor for Azulu to utilize the AK-47. It's an A1S for Mighty Max and a smoke to drop to Palace, now not going to be a biggest of their worries.
Mighty Max, these B-side openers. I mean, almost every one of his kill, I think, has come at the B-side in an opening duel of this nature. With a Glock this time, saving his teammates some worry. Re-aggression from Crucial is caught, but prepared, and a great check on a Mighty Max, making sure he can't get away with anything more. They just don't have the firepower to crack through this round. Time is low. I think they still should have time enough to get that defuse off. They do. A bit of a scary one. Nice attempt with little resources, but Again, Team Space still converting, and at this point, it doesn't really matter economic damage or not. All that matters is that you win the round and that you get yourself more cushion, because it was going to be a buy either way from Endpoint. It was going to be a buy either way from your end, and I mean, Space have turned this from a terrifying start to I have to be happy about for sure.
That extra $800 makes a world of a difference. Is it 800 or what was that update they did recently? It was like $600 for a certain
nowadays.
thing. Is it instead of 800? Like they just
Yeah.
changed it? That was it?
Right.
Wow. That's a shame.
I thought it was a great change just because it makes that second round investment a little less likely. Like, instead of having Galils, I've seen more Mac 10s and Tech 9s with full utility.
Or like a
Which
hero
makes
AK.
it... Yeah, exactly. It makes it more like, okay, what sort of strategy or what sort of execution does the team have versus, oh, this player just wide swung me with an AK and I had a MP9er from us and I got smoked.
Fair enough. Changed my mind. You've swayed me.
Yes!
Very easily, actually. There's an M4A1S, seeing as it's the last round of the half and spawn for Denise to rotate back in and utilize if he so pleases. Goes to show the wealth now accumulated by this CT side. Swelling back up in what looked like it was a drown-out game from Endpoint at most points in time. They've since made it away from that same level of success, but now finding Sajad up in the openers, in which he's been a little bit a dry spell of over towards this B site. It's been E-Box where he's been troubled, but even still now one more to deal with. It's Vert awaiting their arrival, and as one's back is turned, he can drop utility now to just ward off the rest, or at least make it more difficult for them to find good positioning in this post. But look at this. Cut off rotation. The Zulu typically latest man towards the site. This time around, same story. Is dealt with first. Denise next up, and head spotted and seen. Destroyed as soon as he's given him an avenue to take a fight. An Endpoint, at the very least, finding themselves a stretch across the half by 2 rounds.
Get themselves one extra at the tail end. Again, I already think this is a half that Space will be happy about. They've warmed up into the server. They've gotten other players involved at this point in time. And now it's going to be more on the onus of Endpoint to say, hey, you know, we've got a CT side. We've got a defense that could actually work some good stuff. And that's going to be kind of on Mighty Max in the game plan and the pressure on him. Maybe on Crucial as well. To look to take over this map, but still, Space putting some threat, building in a good CT side, good enough CT side for sure. We'll see 5 bits of armor being charged forward. Crucial knocks one out. Basel doesn't even get a chance to see his opponent before he's put into the grave, and the re-aggression from Crucial just forced to constantly fall back, but in doing so implying more damage here. Finally, a headshot that will leave him waiting in these deep angles here, and in towards this temple position they go. A bit of a mid to B split in the orders, in the cards here. There's no commitment, and I think they actually are rerouting in towards this A side. There's no one here. This is a great mid-round from Space.
Crucial trying to get back towards this site is going to be a nightmare, realistically speaking. I don't really see a world he can go in alone from this one angle. It's going to have to be an absolute beamer like we had seen in the beginning of the round, but he's got knife out. Eventually gun repulled, but gone, so too is X5, and one bullet is all that it'll take. It looks like nobody else has been able to find their way back into it either. Mighty Max still on B. Okay. Well, now they're just going to go for a save. Got a pair of dualies on Sajada, smoke for him, body armor for the pole, but 2 rounds gapped now that I think will draw to a close.
Right, I mean, able to quickly close the distance, so I'm going to see the interest in the force buy, if there is any. Obviously, saving that armor kind of hints at that possibly being the case, but Mighty Max only saved a smoke, so they're not going to give it too much of a go. We're not seeing any initiative on this force buy. Instead, we're going to get ourselves that most likely 7-7 scoreline. See what we can build from that point. Ooh, Molotovs, extra careful. And an HE to boot. They want mid control. They're gonna have it if they continue to work this. Flashbangs go back and forth. X5 running face first into a wall. And I think with everyone being so caught by those flashes, that might be the best case here. Well, only a 1-for-1. Extra smoke to be picked up here for Sajat. I don't know if that Mech 10 was recoverable. That HE might have sent it elsewhere. And we're just gonna transition this defense in towards the B side very quickly.
They walk into what is still a stack from Endpoint. Still all their bodies here, and they're just firing off very similarly to how Team Space had on their rifle rounds up against Internationals in the last, and it got them great success, but netting a free frag is this play from Mighty Max. Okay, all good. Kill found. Denise 1v3. Not sure if they are aware of his positioning, but even still haven't cleared out Pizza, haven't cleared out center site. E-Box, the only other logical conclusion, unless a late round player could have been left in the extremities with the bomb on his shoulders, though. He does have lay of the land. The only problem is that smoke to the ground, 26 seconds. He's got to go through, unless he runs over towards A starting now.
I mean, even if he does that, that's best case scenario. You can try to make it beat the clock on that A side.
He's gonna have to plan
He's
instant.
got a resistance already here. It's not an open bomb site any longer. Azulu looking for his 3-piece. He just might get it. Bomb taps. Not actually stuck, but it's enough time to now allow Surreal to turn the corner and secure the round. That is a absolute robbery. That's not even an investment from Endpoint. That's
No.
it was a saved dual Berettas and armor for Sajat, a saved smoke from Mighty Max, and 1 flash bot from Azulu, and they steal that round away. And that is a statement to start off your second half, saying that we do have a CT side.
One hell of a way to do it. One gun for X5. He's gonna be the man. Do it all, realistically speaking. With body armor across all other players, though, it can be juggled. Which is a saving grace. Or at least they can know that much. There's actually a lot of bodies being run through mid. Burnt a little bit as Denise favor the trade more so than anything else in that moment. And a gun now with a smoke on top to be able to get picked up. Crucial looking to stop them from doing so. But this is just another position where they might be able to just overwhelm him. But they've spread and separated. That's, I guess, quite the difficult round to win out even still if you're Team Space, but if they can group up, there's a real world that they can get into a bomb site for free, and Mighty Max might be the ticket as he's tucked in towards topside heaven. Nobody else active at A main.
Yeah, I mean, coming through here, it looks like Sajat, as this mid re-aggression is going on, is going to eventually reinforce this A side. Maybe just in time, but it's already a little too late there. Finally, Mighty Max steps out. The Deagle spam from Trunic, though, is good, and X5 follows up. Post plants are way too strong now. HG's tossed in. Surreal puts to the tap. Trunic gonna give him a duel. Surreal transfers the spray for 2. The flank eventually comes through as well for Crucial. Oh my god, that is so massive. Surreal catching those 2 quick kills. Wow, that just completely changes the tone. I said those post plants are so incredibly strong, but they look to press that advantage all the way in, and in doing so, find themselves just one step too far.
We'll talk about this while we have it available to us. Look at the kills right now as the widespread from Endpoint is 8, 11, 11, 11, and 10. That's the kind of widespread effort you need to take wins like this. Not to say that Team Space aren't practically in the same boat, but many instances you'll see a pretty great disparity between top to bottom of the Endpoint team that can come back to bite them. But everyone, again, having their impact here and there. The entry is gaining them pretty much 2 rounds for free on Endpoint side and the T side for Mighty Max, and then everything else from then on is just icing on the cake, spreading the kills across the half and now into this one. But more so than anything else, a double kill like that from Surreal coming late and alive. That's the man that we were talking about a little bit at the pre-show, is a piece that has been, at least professionally, fallen under very little scrutiny, I feel. And maybe for good reason, as he proves there his value, his weight in gold in a retake that wasn't easy, but certainly was manageable, and somebody needed to make a double kill happen, maybe even 3 at that stage, but they both get their kills in kind, and now Team Space 3 back, no money left, buy into their previous, didn't get them exactly what they had wanted, so Endpoint now in a really solid position to be able to find themselves not only economic stability, but 4 rounds to gap in double digits.
A sigh of relief. Around like this, you have so much going for you. Double digits, like you said, looming as well. See if we can't give that Deagle another shot. Sajat interested. Always intrigued. It's a fun fight in E-Box, you know, swinging into the canals. I can understand the allure. Giving that a bit of a go. You don't expect to get punished. It's just the Deagles, just pistols. Not gonna do too much against you. And think about all that sweet, sweet map control that you can contain if you give it another peek. They eventually fade away from the C-Box position, and that's when Team Space start to scale. So now it's about how well this duo can do on this bomb site. They're getting pressure. That's a well-timed volley. That's going to separate Trunic from his teammates, but Trunic doesn't need any teammates to find entries on towards the site. Maybe he does need a little bit of supporting staff, though, as he gets overwhelmed, and the recovery of Crucial is going to be secure in the round. 3 kills in transition, Endpoint. A little scary, but it gets the job done. Wow. What a threat. Just advice. I like when people tell me to look over my shoulder. It's very it's non-threatening. Yeah. It's a good idea. You just have to do it every couple days. Call it. That round's scary. I don't want to mess with that A side. They're just going to recycle smokes until this one's over, so there's zero interest in this retake. Mighty Max. He knows the influence of a single flashbang. And I think that's what that was. Behind it, a powerful execute onto that bomb site. You could see Sajat was like, he was looking to punch through that smoke and camera. As he hears and watches like 3 mollies burst, he's like, maybe I shouldn't. I think that was for the best. There's no real way for Endpoint into this one. And if you're going to lose a round, do it with 4 alive, but make sure that Team Space can't get away with the round that easy again, I feel like. Oh my god. Hey Max. Absolute Chad does not care. We'll just run back that same position he played last time in which he got flashed off. He says you're not gonna do it again. Try me once more. This time he's able to pass the test. On top of that, like he said, that pick towards middle with Crucial helping out big time. Got a 2-man advantage, but what they don't have is a lot of HP on a couple of players, so by no means is this round easy. Can't coast through it. See that utility being dispensed, finally looking to crack through the holes in the smoke. So they do take some space. Basel now on the back of platform. Crucial taking this brutal off angle. That is perfectly played. Again, Crucial in transition of this B bomb site has been huge. And they're going to charge forward. Sajat has 2 players on a silver platter. Endpoint secure themselves another one. A hiccup where they have to call in a quick 4-man save. But in the bounce back, they are quick to resurge. I mean, the point that you brought up was it does have to be a full team effort. I think everyone on this squad, and even Crucial leading the pack, but everyone on this team has just had a couple of really good moments for themselves in this map that make it so much easier.
Everybody's showing up at different times. That Crucial kill, no pun intended, at topside mid last round was absolutely 100% needed at that point in time. Mighty Max getting his was just the icing onto the cake. I mean, they were going to be kind of hard strung to work out a 4v4 as it were, but a 5v3, excuse me, a 5v4, but a 4v3 could have been, would have been even still pretty hard, but 5v3, manageable. They can make that work. 2 players having been low. Now, Surreal's been kind of, blessed with the fact that they haven't been pressuring over towards E-Box all that much in recent history, I believe. So, maybe that'll come to change. Svazel does get closer and closer amidst this smoke. Might need somebody to pop him through, but there's no flash available from anybody here. It's only smokes and mollies, so on the fade, it's going to be a fight, I think, in a matter of trades.
Oh, it's a shot. He has to turn around. He's turning on a dime right now. 2 quick kills and looks to stand his ground for another, eventually, with the rest by Vert. His aggression perfectly timed from Trunic as well. He gets a kill on the lurk. The bomb is recovered alongside it. It has bought time for these 2 to transfer on in, and again, Crucial has been good. He's rotated towards his bomb site. That's a great HE.
Wow.
A little chunk off of Vert. Another one tossed in, not as effective as they just charge forward, waiting for an overextension. They're waiting for an overpeak. Trunic not going to give it. He's going to hold his line, waiting for a chance to strike, and he does so in perfect timing. Team space, coordinate their efforts for a comfortable east side play. There's an 8 here.
1-2 punch, man.
That's what you got to do.
Little swing. In perfect succession. Leaves nothing to be wanted anymore from them as they use their bodies appropriately, taking that room. Sajant did all that he could in the double refrag back. If he had maybe found that third, if he was able to react in time with that AK-47 to clip another head, maybe there's a world where Endpoint do come out on top. Too much to handle. 1A, 1S invested onto Crucial, and so much money in the pocket of Mighty Max off maybe into the following, but Crucial's going to be walking it up with him. Flash lines up the captain. Crucial is not wide enough, and I don't think he'll be able to get any more than a 1. As he'll fall, so too will Fazal, but this one should be an easy sweep from here on out against just USPs. Not like they've got anything, not even in the way of the element of surprise to be able to catch them off guard from here on.
Charging forward. Should be handled with ease. 2 USPs, not too much investment. They've already gotten away with a round like this in the past. You oftentimes will not get around like this twice. It looks like they're looking to secure that much. So Jot, not a bad save. Galil serviceable weapon in your goal of securing some extra economy or some extra kills. Canis is making that job very difficult. Smoke makes the job a little bit easier. And if you're on the side of team space, I don't know if you're even all that concerned in letting him save this Galil.
Blow up.
Be the biggest of deal, but yeah, he's gonna get caught by the bomb. Giving him one less kill to take pleasure in.
No money and kill reward for them. Tactical.
200 IQ.
This guy's next up. Crucial and Sajat doing all they can really in these moments to try and get them through. The rest definitely not poor in performance in the slightest, but being caught off here and there is not going to be a great feeling or a great look. In transition and on rotation. Even then, no AWP as I thought there would be. It's got to be afforded another drop, another rifle over to a teammate instead. Think by now there might be a coordinated group play on these rifle rounds, and I think a discussion probably being had in that tactical timeout as one is taken in response by Team Space. I think we're going to need to see something of a change-up. Slider, if you will.
Even a fastball.
Other baseball term.
Let's see if they can steal the base.
That's good.
There you go.
Hit a home run, perhaps.
That's what they want.
Knock this map out of the park.
Or will we go extra innings?
There you go. Okay, alright. Brought it full circle. That's pretty good. This is the map pick of Team Space, might we remind everybody. So even if Endpoint don't take this one through, they're going to be expecting to do a better job into the next. But Mighty Max, once again, trying to play aggressively over towards A main. Alone, though, needs to just exchange utility. Molly for Molly, and Trunik will fall away. This one leaves them now to try and direct them and their utility over towards E-Box, perhaps in a late B or mid-split, as the group is not yet fully committed into any idea or another. The bomb closer to B than anything else, though, so maybe now they'll go in for it.
Set utility. I mean, the executes. This is what they kind of needed to deny here for Endpoint. We'll see if they can find that. It's good damage playing around that smoke and looking for more. That's gonna help out. That's a way to deny. 2 kills straight through the smoke for Crucial. Left with a cheeky smile on his face as he disrupts the execute perfectly, looking for more as well. The spray and pray. There's 50 bullets left into that A1S. And there's only 3 players that are left standing, but they're looking to fight still. They're looking to hold on to this round, and they just might. It turns on a dime, and Crucial left the whole round on his shoulders. He's already done so much. Can he find the ace? Not quite. Dennis to shut it down. And they somehow collapse within an instant on this one.
Now it's getting a little bit painful, Exner. It's getting to be the point where you gotta start questioning from the ground up some of these positional decisions in the late stages, and rather, I guess, honestly, in the mid to early stages of the round. It feels like Endpoint are just getting outclassed. It's not like their retakes are falling flat. They never really have a chance to go for a proper full retake. Missing kills. Not from Crucial. But now with this next rifle round, them being tied up at 11-11, that is a do-or-die moment, because Team Space have the opportunity to just walk away with this one in regulation, as it were, at that stage, if they can do it. But Mighty Max deciding to actually try and do something about this one, as it were, at A main. Standing his ground and getting a pretty easy duel, but one that Crucial catches a jumping, spinning player in water. Eventually figures it out.
That's one way to do it.
No gun, though.
Yeah, I mean, not recovered yet. Still, there's a lot of numbers on this A side. Fortunately, the weaponry again just not up to task. It could be they're looking for the shots to connect, but just doing more damage. The man advantage does vanish. Crucial to real combine their efforts, but now again on Sajat. New guy on the campus. A chance, a small window of opportunity before we are knotted up. Space, just enough resistance to hold on in that round. We are tied up at 11 at this point. Again, you know, a little bit of a joke there talking about extra innings, but there's no joke here. There's no funny business in this Team Space comeback here. It's strictly business now on this gun round.
Calling out to try and flush through mid. Nobody really playing in that direction all too much. It's canals that they have to be more concerned with, as they do spot them on the jump. Made ceiling and dropping down. Oh, good on Sajat. Reevaluate his maneuver back in towards E-box. He holds it, keeps that kill as his own. A 5v4, and this is where time begins to play a real factor on the round, as it were, because Team Space need to regain some kind of room, and whether it be towards E-box or towards A main, it has to be somewhat audible. And from then onwards, I think that Endpoint are kind of going to know where it's going to end up. There's not really a whole lot in terms of questioning what the play is going to be from that point forwards, and Surreal's over towards A. He's able to help out Mighty Max, and they're going to run through, dropping a smoke to the front side, but they need to win duels, they need to win fights, and Mighty Max, he's got to do it himself now that his teammate has fallen. He gets his low on HP, Trunic has to wait.
Strength has been in the execution power, but there might be some disruptions. Utility being placed on the same locations, and one extra kill for Mighty Max on one of the higher HP individuals as well. Trunic still low, but this has been a point in which Space have thrived in. They have not fallen victim even in man deficits. They've been so solid at pulling rounds like these back. Can they do it one more time to secure themselves 12 first? At point first. There's no one on this B-bomb site. Completely empty and red. Like a book. Danist in a post plant with an AWP, and Trunic with his hot hand. Still kicking even though he's low. Still can influence the server and looking to do so. And look at this, op line deep timing, not great for Danist, though he just repositions, avoids the scope, and re-ups on the angle. Another big pick. A Molotov, though, could be tossed in towards this location. They're running out of time. Bomb past half tick now. Bombing stand law in full effect, but angles covered. And Danist and Trunic secure it. Just a little too dangerous playing with that fire, and Space will be the team to claim that point first.
There's no money left. They didn't get any guns saved. An A4 for Mighty Max, an A1 for Sajat. This is going to be a spread out purchase where nobody gets the likes of what they would have hoped for. The op of Crucial brought out in that round for only the one on the defense. This is going to be a great feeling for Team Space, because they kind of needed this map. I think this was going to be one of their must-wins factors, definitely, and a shotgun even for Azuu being brought in. Some silly business at the end stages of this map. And another pressure at A main from the CT side. Worked out well enough for them previously. This time just about as good. Actually, even switching out to the shotgun is crucial on 18 HP.
Like the op if it's close range.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. It's another 2v4, and as you just lost Surreal, Danist again. You get him in a post plant with this AWP, it just feels like it could be curtains. They've made every right move. These man advantages have vanished. And it could happen for one more round. Fast up E-box. HE to do some damage, put some pressure on. Danist overwhelmed though, now all in the back of Vert. He's got no HP to tank this one forward. Just gotta land the kills. He's gotta be quick with it. And you can't quite hold the line. My god. They finally have overcome the trials, the challenges of having these man-up situations for a victory just when they needed it.
Are they going to be able to look any better on their defense going into OT, though? Need to be able to post a round, if not two, at this point. Their T side, it could be very good, but if they don't get even a one round, having to be flawless only guarantees them another sided overtime. So now, if money isn't a problem, if the finances are no longer an issue, you would have to think that this is where they're going to do their best stuff. They finally get Crucial in a place of comfortability where they haven't had him in regulation at all. A one round up, but shortly lived was its success, as they even had an advantage in that round they had lost when he had it. It was that 2vx. Big moments even still coming out.
I mean, for me, it just feels like the conversions on some of these man-up situations for Endpoint, it hints at the sign of, like, okay, this team is still fresh, right? It's still new. And it isn't necessarily the case with this squad, right? I mean, they've had some time to work with this roster. So that's my bigger surprise is when I watch this team, I expect for a lot of those details, you know, especially when you've had such great control over the first half. And you've been able to match the firepower of Space, even one up them in that first half. And there was ample opportunity for them to convert in that sense, and missed out on a lot of that. So that's, I mean, at least my bigger concern right now with this squad. Obviously, looking to redeem that much. They've made it to this point. A good recovery effort in the last, so maybe a bit of a wake-up call. Lessons learned, and we'll see if they can straighten out in overtime, or if, again, you know, Space can keep getting away with it. But converting on man-up situations is priority number one. And, well, there you go. They'll get an example of that. Can they recover? Can they hold on to this?
Rebound from Team Space required in this round. Jot actually even getting a line of sight onto a player. Head turn, making his way through mid. Mighty Max repositions to the pillar after his teammate had gotten that first frag. Crucial will go down, but Mighty Max making good off the loss of life. Leaving it on to Denise with this AWP, who hasn't been insane by any measure, but certainly definitely has been a big part of the clutch factor for them. Walking it out with the C4 and the smoke in an open B bomb site. We've seen that one before. Exner, I don't really want to see a repeat of it. I want to see Endpoint be able to actually make good off their promises to their fallen comrades and convert this 3v1. As now, decisions, that previous indecision of rotating back to B, haunting them perhaps is in the back of the mind. Surreal realizes that had happened to them and turns his way back in the other direction. Now a 2v1 effectively towards the other end.
Can't get caught in this paralysis of not getting super aggressive. He's gonna try and make his way on out. I just don't know if he can get past this duo on the A side. Timing though, oh, a quick headshot. That's gonna do a lot. Mighty Max will immediately dismiss alongside a Zulu in that clutch attempt. And there they have it.
Alright.
Capitalizing on a man advantage that they have, and playing a lot more as a unit in that mid conversion, like the way that they collapsed through in that direction of the map. That's more of what I like to see out of this Endpoint squad. Even again, with Crucial with that AWP, being able to strike first, be the first kill in the round. It's great news for Endpoint. It's going to help out, because we've seen in the past when he takes control versus this team, he's a hard player to shut down.
See a bit of a slower pace this time from Team Space. They've learned from the error in their ways, and actually giving over an opening pick to Endpoint at this point in time would be unwise now, as they're grouped over towards A. Majority of them. With two players here once more. It's actually Zuu to help over from leaving mid now. Sanctioned off, dropping a smoke and bowing away to get close enough in proximity with the captain as they drop utility. That's going to be pretty influential to cascading rotations from Endpoint for the remainder of the round, so we'll see what they decide to do and how they act on this. Blinded, they are going to be for quite some time trying to fight off this one, but Azubu immediately dispatched of Mighty Max, pops out for a pick, nothing more, and crucial for the hole, can find nothing.
The shots just rattling off, none of the which connecting. This time they gotta pull it back. We'll see. I mean, that start and a statement from Sajat. Looking for some redemption, but he can't account for the mid flank. Now it's all in the back of Surreal. He is boxed in, multiple directions to look. There's one quick one. Danis next at bat, smoke on top of the bomb. That could help. The Molotov in. He turns around for another one, but finally Danis steps out wide enough. I wasn't sure if he was actually making that move to win it, or if he was playing too cautious. Danis able to trade his teammate. And that communication solid from space to at least secure themselves 13, a tied scoreline.
That one round is going to come in handy in their back pocket, really. They're pretty happy probably just holding on to that singular. I think it's a lot more likely you run away with 3 rounds flat on T side. So,
Right.
single round, it's good. Another one, be considerably better, albeit, all things considered. Not going to be too sweaty about it, but finding that first frag goes down to Jot. Maybe a little bit more necessary from the rest of the crew there, as Crucial actually walks it out towards E-Box and gets punished for his pick. And this B-bomb site falls under search and seizure, but even still a man-equal bomb yet to be picked back up. There'll be a little bit of time for them to make their wrap around before the bomb is planted, and an avenue out for Fossil for the 1v1 clutch.
It just becomes this brutal mind game. Can Mighty Max match Basel here in this one? Battle of the brains in the 1v1. Both not too interested in moving about. Mighty Max holding this line, and we'll see for how long he trusts himself in this sort of position. You can't afford for indecision in a round like this. As soon as I say this, Mighty Max transferring away from the bomb site in which it heads, but no, he's still holding this line.
What an angle.
He's still confident that this is going to be the end goal. We'll see if Basil's prepared for a move like this. Here, they're finally spotted. Mighty Max going for the swing. He's thinking about it and reconsiders. Reins it in just a little bit. Headshot, though, is Chris. Fossil lets the panic set in before he finally and calculatedly closes out the kill.
Mighty Max had such a powerful off angle. Fires off. His reaction time almost betraying him there as he shoots him through the corner of the wall with Fossil more than enough time to reposition or back off and away and take it at his pace. Solid attempt.
Looked like there was just zero nerves at all for Fossil, whereas
Yeah.
Mighty Max, you can kind of see, you know, the jumping around, the jumpy nature of I played that one. I know that that's the case here. Mighty Max putting a lot of weight on his shoulders. Trying to win that round. Didn't quite seal the deal, so only a single Endpoint.
Both teams rattling shots in through smokes, trying to get something a little bit lucky. Nobody really getting off much better than the other, except for Trunic taking a little bit of damage for his worries. It's been that E-Box control and pressure from the T side of Endpoint that was really dominant from them. But honestly, something we haven't seen from either of these two teams in a long time is actually mid-pressure, just walking in through it. They get that space, they get the move up towards the A site, but lo and behold, it's Denise to hold on to it. Oh. That timing. Real pain in the rear.
I mean, Trunic has been that for Endpoint all throughout this first half. He was the one that really lifted off. the only one able to fire at the beginning stages of this map. Now everyone getting involved on this B site defense. They've got a flank coming through here in the meantime from X5. Likely to just secure it straight up. And that's exactly what happens. In space. 2 more now. Opportunities to lock this one in. 1 wasn't enough in regulation. Maybe 2 is.
Air map pick. Finally getting back to the point where they can contend and just pull it across. This has got to be the full effort, 100% put ahead by Endpoint, and already Sajat's been lightened up by the HE. Soaring over the top side of A main, well placed. Damage enough to where this going to more likely to not be a team space first map. I can't really see a massive world in which it's not, but happy to be proven wrong by Endpoint now, as they are pretty much locked in towards the B site execution. Mighty Max over towards mid side. Bomb now rerouting. I think that if they take too much time onto this, it'll be a little bit scattered. Their utility spread between them kind of thin.
An easy way to sift through this one. I'm with you that
Bombs at B still.
tide's kind of turning in this direction of team space, and it all comes down to the direction of Endpoint. Where do they want to finish this one? Mid control vacant. Given over here, 1 smoke could allow them to cross in and put some pressure. And pressure put on Mighty Max's shoulders, trying to sell this play. Jumping across, he can't make it successfully. Goes for the risk, goes for the all-in to try and get his way into safety. And no luck in that department. A great entry pathing, Surreal. He's worked a little bit of pre-fire, and that's exactly what he gets away with. But still, Trunik, 1 more round on that B-site defense, and 2 more kills from him. Surreal running out of time to fake things out. There's just no time. He's got to win this through elimination. He comes through just in the nick of time. Azuwu from mid. Danis doesn't expect it in time. Endpoint, they just barely hold on here in this map. They're not ready to give up just yet.
All 5 kills between those 2 guys. Holy moly, what an effort between them to be able to pull that round across the board. Oh man, that shot there. Not an easy one to land, and it looked like maybe the adjustment from Denise was to be made, but Azubu now rising to the task. So too is Surreal, and 1 more round to even give them another chance at winning out on this one. Anubis evading them temporarily, but they might just be back.
Looking like it. That is such a lifeline. What a fantastic recovery here from Endpoint in that round. If they can get into a second overtime, just survive 1 more round. Good statement. And there's a lot of support on this A side. As the op posted up, flash in return. And only a tag this time from Danis' op. It's just constantly trading flashes back and forth, trading on these angles. Who's gonna stand the test of time? Danis gonna give him a repeat. Eager to open up the round for both of these oppers, putting so much on their shoulders. This time overrun though. Danis good for 1, and that's it. Now it's up to X5 here behind the smoke, and A4 and 30 bullets to try and get more is crucial. Eager to trade Vert out finally with the sidearm does, and it should be access into the bomb site. A number's being punched in, and both players now rotating quickly. 1 already up towards heaven, no one on the flank, and Azubu good with the kill. Fossil another clutch to save it, but no crucial. Just too strong. Endpoint run it back.
We go again. We go again. We run it back. It's never done. Feels like this one has just been such a back and forth affair of emotions, where at the beginning it felt like Team Space could do nothing up against Endpoint, and their attack in regulation Eventually they rebound and then some, with their attack being just about as good, if not at times even better, with Endpoint falling flat. Of course, a map T-sided as in nature, but even still, I think the nature of this game and the push and pull has just been a little bit awkward for the two of them to deal with. And at this point in time, Endpoint, they don't have a whole lot of rope left to pull onto. They can't really live on the fact that they're pushing overtimes. They need to be able to push it over the line sooner rather than later. Give me the hope, not false senses of security. Nothing quick in this round, though. Nothing really happening. Nothing snappy in either direction. They're just playing it kind of low and slow, but Azubu is still always pretty loud over towards A main, though, with utility being shot out from teammates. It's going to be pretty obvious there are more than two here.
Oh, uh-oh. Bit of a communication breakdown. Now's not the time for those. Mighty Max, a freebie, watching a side turn, and he's making right decisions right now. His teammates are scaling forward, and he's still alive, still threatening. Finally gets another freebie. He is so infuriating to play with in this round.
Mid-gapped and no one to hold on. It's going to be a bitter pill to swallow if your team is spaced there thinking you've got the call to be made, in which I guess inherently they did, stacking up the A site with 3 at that point in time, right? But with one of those 3 players not holding on to the wrap around, things get a little more complicated than that. One tap, Mighty Max pretty much seals the deal right then and there. If he had gone a little bit too fast in towards the site, the op might have been able to get that pick and fight back out. But Mighty Max, as you said, making the perfect call and not walking in through, not overextending, and playing a patient, slow peek. Gets in the heads of his opponents, more so than anything else. And that round is a doozy.
I mean, just non-stop, I think. Making the right decision for Mighty Max. I think sometimes a player that can kind of overdo it with some of his aggression. But we didn't see it in that round. He reined it in just in time to make his job easier, make his teammates' job easier.
Growth.
Yeah. Right when it was needed. This is the time for growth. This is the time for a level up. We've seen him overextend once or twice. Not again at a great angle. Crucial. Again, looking to take over. Azubu follows suit. The space is too much. And that B site has collapsed. Excellent execute to call out here in overtime to secure 2 on the board for Endpoint. I mean, we had talked about it, but sometimes it can just feel like 1 is enough. So Space have 1 more chance to get that, because this is a non-starter.
This is what we come to expect now from the offense. This is what the Endpoint we know looked like. Overtime number 1, if they were able to put up this same level of performance, maybe it would have been different. Maybe they would have been able to close, but better late than never do they arrive onto the scene, and in kind, they kind of brush and barrel through each one of these choke points, and Surreal has really put up quite the performance here in this one. Him, Sajat, and Crucial, kind of the trifecta with Mighty Max on the openers. Zulu as a supportive cast member, especially on the T side, it feels like more than anything else, because he's allowed to play those passive lurk roles. He's allowed to play for the late round cut rotations or follow into the flank, and sometimes successful, sometimes less so, but all things considered, it feels as if everyone's starting to, as you say, level up in these moments. The evolution of the Endpoint squad in this map alone has started to actually come back to life and reintroduce itself, whereas Denise, as the sniper of Team Space and the typical overperformer, kind of taking a back seat in this one, kind of going a little bit quiet now onto the defensive, finding himself negative, the only player on his team below the 20 kill mark, and Trinick almost being caught off guard by a rapid fire spray through that box peak, timing not quite in the CT's favor, and even then being flushed out further than beyond.
His Molotovs give him so much room to work with. Do so much damage onto a B-side defender that has been a bit of a problem. Trunick has been doing excellent work in this side of the map. Pressuring him, taking him down low is a good sign, but maybe Time for Danish to shine. She kicks off with an opening. Again, there's that Sajat impact here just when it's required. Finally, again, Danish shutting things down. There wasn't quite a position for Surreal to trade until he gets walked into. 3-ups on the angle and just a little too much given. And another B side here. It could be a sweep on the half, and that would mean so much. With this Endpoint roster, Vert gonna get a challenge, but he doesn't even realize what's around that corner. There's a Zulu waiting to catch him. That likely just seals it. X5 on the outside looking in on this bomb site. Easy trade, that's all that's required, and they do it. They have a sweep at the turn of the second overtime. CT side might be where some of the challenges were taking place, but they've cleaned up their act a little bit as things have gotten later and later.
Revitalized Endpoint with a chance to finish, and much more than just one chance. We're calling 3 chances now for them. That is a big, big opportunity, knowing now that their CT side had at least a breath of life injected into it, seeing as the AWP becomes a given, invaluable overtime luxury. It's been granting them a lot more work in the way of opening picks. Right now, I think Team Space might actually have a good enough read to where they can find him if this boost pans out. Crucial tucking from the flashbang, reintroducing himself onto the corner just to be met by Denise. Big Green in the last couple of rounds, in the last 2 as a matter of fact, I'll say, even though he didn't win any rounds on their CT side half. He has been getting pick by pick and rolling back into this matchup where he has to, and Zulu picks up the weapon. Let's see if he can do any better. There's one, a no-scope opportunity, but not met.
Now striking the canals as well. It's Runic, perfect. In time. It's up to Surreal for another round, maybe. Your easiest chance to try and convert on something Space, looking to capitalize. Oh, big rush though.
Denial.
He does think he could isolate these duels. He's just gonna go for the duel straight up though. Gets that Molotov out and isolating more fights. Finally run down by X5, but that's enough maybe for effort to be made for Mighty Max. Running out in the open is Fossil. He's chasing down this last kill. He spots him, he has vision, and jumping around the corner into safety. He gets the Molotov. Great reposition from Mighty Max, but it's not gonna end yet, because X5 has just enough health in his back pocket to clutch that one up. Space, again, survive.
Perfectly played from Mighty Max, literally down to the absolute minute details. There was a corner that kept that low HP player safe following that nade, literal inches away from death. And Surreal had done everything in this bomb site to deny, to delay, to kill too, and give Mighty Max an opportunity. A headshot from the AK-47 is all that it was needed. It's all that could have won them out that round. Oh my lord, and we go again. At the very least, though, giving opportunity for these players to have moments of warm-up, I guess, so to speak. Getting their blood going, adrenaline pumping. In a scenario where they should have had no chance in all realistic discussions, Endpoint, still managing to make that one close. But needing to be a little bit more cautious and not affording up opening picks and duels over towards anybody on the side of the Team Space roster, as Denise stopped in the last round for the first time in a long time, getting them a freebie opening pick and a good gimmick over topside smoke. Crucial had no idea what was coming.
Yeah, I really don't know if you could have asked Mighty Max to play that any better. Just so much going right in that situation. Same case for Surreal. Just, again, it feels like Space not ready to call it. A statement to survive and looking to now gather 2 more. They need 2 more rounds like that. I don't think they want it to go as close as that last round. They would rather it be cleaned up a little bit more tidy, but
Yeah.
That is sort of clutch. It can re-inspire more faith in this comeback effort. We'll see what they have in store. Still kicking up dust, still fighting forward. Space not ready to give up on this one just yet. It's the rest of the squad able to follow. Timeout. Still in order. Both of these teams in such a tense environment.
Yeah. Things in
Always
overtime
timeouts
get a
like
little
these.
get a little wacky.
Right?
Start to maybe make a little bit more mistakes or go a little crazy in the game plan and stray away.
Yeah. I mean, the game plan, I wouldn't say is out the window necessarily in these sort of situations. But, again, from, like, lesser experience teams, like, I've even seen, like, Mighty Max throw some of these were, like, cooler B executes in overtime than what they actually threw in all of regulation. But for, like, a lesser experienced, leader, that's where, you can start to see those cracks. I think in that 4v2, a lot of panic shown from space. It's not the same sort of comfort. Not that they were even in big man advantages throughout the majority of that second half for them. But again, with how clean they converted on those like E-bomb site plays, felt like that was the first time where we saw an individual comfortably hold down a bomb site on that B side.
Yeah.
For Endpoint, and while it wasn't enough, it's probably because that man down situation was so rough. But we're all back. We're back into the action. Timeouts were no longer in play. So we'll see again 2 more opportunities for Endpoint to seal it on their opponent's map pick.
Okay, whoa. Where did that damage from Trinique come from? Did Mighty Max get an HE out that fast, that deep? Holy moly. And another one to go out, a third, as 2 players are in the red. Talk about gimmicks in overtime. That is absolutely insane, and they automatically have to implement Bogdan's Law to back out once more. Fossil and Trunic wondering what hit them.
We have another nade stack, I believe. Oh, but Jot runs away. I think he heard the utility being pulled and got out of dodge in time. Mighty Max, his vision regains, but he can't quite track that kill. And we're gonna see re-aggression. So much damage is done. They're giving these opening duels back to space. All of a sudden, man advantage is vaporized. God, HP advantage is gone. And it's a 2v5 in an open B bomb site. Endpoint fall to pieces, and they don't even know how much they've done for themselves at the start of this round.
What a shame, man. What a shame. 3 kills that could have transpired at that point in time. That HE, the most lethal weapon they have right now, Endpoint, and they don't even know it. Oh, man. 17th. Another overtime, potentially to be pushed over and through. The CIS squad want their map pick win. They want it so bad. And the money for the CTs, I think, is enough for them to get an off. I think sometimes there's worries about being able to pull over an AWP in overtime situations, depending on how much you invest, how many rounds you win, how many kills you find. As well as if you ever get the opportunity to save, which typically isn't the case.
Terrorists win.
This time they do. Surreal finds the sniper, tosses it over to good old Joey. 1 round gap to bridge for another push. The offensive has looked good. That nade stack, though, man. If one more player had gone a little farther ahead, if one more nade had been timed just a second delayed for them to have gotten closer, they would have been blown to smithereens. Attack timeout, guys. How to avoid HEs. HE dodging practice.
Dodge, duck, dip, dive.
What's that from?
Dodge.
That from dodgeball?
Yes.
Okay. I was gonna say, I saw it for the first time actually in college this last semester. It was pretty good.
It's a good one. Watched it when I was way too young.
Nah, no such thing. You're never too young to learn how to play dodgeball. I love
You can
dodgeball.
dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
Can you dodge an HE though?
And if Endpoint dodged one more round, we got another overtime.
Oh, yeah. They're through mid. There are 3 players on A. Azubu, he's got to play spoiler to whatever this is going to be. And no, it's a pincer and a pinch. They've got no idea. It's done. It's done.
Yeah.
Cyril's going to get shot in the back of the head. There's nothing that will stop him from getting absolutely collapsed upon. They're going to be able to trade out more than effectively enough. There's unfortunately nothing they can do about it because they just have no ideas. But hold on. They actually smoke off their own teammate. Thankfully for him, he'll still have vision. Gun barrel of 1. Goodbye. Offer. Back sight. See you later. Maybe not. HE will finish the job.
Yeah. I mean, not the worst of scenarios here. Now that it's in a 3v3, I thought that one was going to go a little bit better on the flank. Molotov tossed in alongside it.
Oh,
Quite catch,
man.
though. So they're still kicking. I tell you what, they're dodging on that utility incredibly effectively. Azuwu. Good job of pulling this one back. The Molotovs are in. They're continuing to pressure, clearing out these angles. He actually pre-fires the corner, getting Danis and knocking him out of the round. Vert's still in position. Prime location for him to fight off the back of his teammate. He's spotted, though. He gets nothing. He gets one only. Mighty Max, a quick trade and crucial to seal the deal. They recover it. A round that just looked the least likely for Endpoint to win is the way that they end up closing it in unbelievable fashion. A full team effort. 3 players on 26 kills. Crucial on 27. Mighty Max not trailing too far behind either. It was exactly what we said Endpoint needed to win. It just took him a little bit of extra rounds to get there.
I can't believe Surreal got the op kill from the backside of the site. He only needed the 1, really. I thought that was a double kill served up on a slider. But no, not quite. Again, that smoke from the T side actually hurting them in getting that flank activated. Maybe not trusting in his play, maybe not listening to the call, or maybe a call wasn't made in general that he had availability for a double. But even so, I have to say, really, really well played from both teams. I was actually I thought it was pretty enjoyable to watch that one all the way through from top to bottom. Although there were some growing pains and some hard ways of getting back into it, by the end it seemed like we saw the best version of the two.
I 100% agree. That was a very fun game of Counter-Strike being watched out right there. I think Endpoint, again, leveling up as the game got deeper was pretty impressive. I mean, even with that utility stack, that nade stack, and while they didn't get anything off of it, it was a cool idea to bring out in such a late stage of the game that we haven't seen throughout the most part of regulation. Same with that B execute that they threw out, like the depth in the playbook there is certainly so valuable, and that's I think partially why I really value Mighty Max on this squad. As for team space, I think they're just going to be wishing they could have closed out in a couple more situations in which they had some big advantages, and fought hard to try and take it into another overtime. Just too much depth on that first half of the second OT, I think, for the side of Endpoint. But that being said, we're going to need a quick break after that one. That was a bit of a barn burner.
Whew.
So as we hop on into map number 2, the map pick of Endpoint coming up next.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault, and the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
And welcome back, everybody. We are going to be hopping into map number 2 again after what was an incredible first map. I mean, for both sides, fighting tooth and nail to hold on. It's eventually Endpoint that just barely edged it out, and they hop into now their map pick of Mirage coming up next with the advantage. I mean, what is going to be a clear punish pick as well onto space. They haven't had much success on this map. I think it's a 8-loss streak that they've been facing, and a lot of those have been just single-digit losses. So I'm painting a pretty brutal picture because I just think it's not a pretty story in the grand scheme of things here for the second map pick after kind of a frustrating loss as well in map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, Anubis is also a map that Endpoint don't typically win. It's not like it's one of their better maps by any stretch. It's probably one of their worst, if not their worst, in their active map pool that they actually go for. It's not every day you'll see them swing away a victory like that. It was long, it was drawn out, but at the end of the day, Xner, a win is a win. And we move into Mirage, and you call it a punish pick, and that's exactly what it is. It is a hand over fist map in terms of dominance in comparison to the Mirage play of recent from the side of, as you may mention, the 8-loss streak of space. It's just not going to be a great feeling going into this one with 2 weeks of utter failure on it. And even then, it's not that they're a bad Mirage team. They get kind of close wins, or at least, rather, excuse me, kind of close losses against these decent teams. Endpoint being one of them, just about a little over a week ago at 11-13. But with that, it just goes to show that there's experience between these two in which the Endpoint team have come out on top of. We've seen them actually beat them out before, and looking back on it, it's blowouts against teams like most recently Bait and Aurora in the last week's time that Space had suffered. And against regional competition, that's one thing, but going up against now an Endpoint who have probably a little bit of confidence about them having actually been able to pull across a game that they weren't expecting to, or at least had to fight very hard for, is going to be great.
Yeah, I mean, I think the pressure just a little bit more off now on this Endpoint roster being a map up already in this one, so can lead to maybe even more confidence in this head-to-head in the follow-up here. Again, this is kind of where you expect to end the series if you're Endpoint, as you targeted this map as a clear punish pick. You know, it was just a map that, surprisingly, with all of the good individuals that we have on Space, Mirage is just not a map that they've been able to master. It's not a map that they have a lot of confidence on either, whereas if you look at Endpoint, it is their most played map, and you know, oftentimes a map that they look to lean in on in series if they can get away with it, and they're happy to play it, you know, if it gets picked up against them. So it's kind of the dichotomy of this series in which maybe Anubis was kind of required for this series if Space wanted to comfortably try and pull through a victory.
Yeah, and listen, if we go to that third map, I actually do think it's a different story for Space. I think they definitely have opportunity to make an upset happen in that position if they do get there, but it'll take a monumental effort now from 2 dual Berettas. Not every day I think you'll see that on Mirage. Two sets of those. See what they've got cooking. This is One of them actually going to be settled over towards this B-bomb site. Actually, no, both towards A. Both dualies towards A. That's so crazy. But 3 bodies here. I guess that's the trade-off in that regard, is that you get that much. But conversion? We'll have to wait and see. They pump the brakes, pause, as they're spotted by one of the USP players, and that might get them second-guessing, but nobody to rotate out yet.
Fusion in towards the B side. Not quite where the dual brothers are, not quite where the headshots are just yet. Finally, Vert and X5. Oh, and Dana's starting to step up to the plate. Had a lot of time to track some of those kills. And not enough scaling being done there from the B side to gain some space. I will say the one way to overcome some of the challenges on a map that is difficult for you, winning both pistols is a great way to do that. They've got the first step, number 1.
Trunic close. The MP9. Sending out bits and pieces of utility, what little they have up to offer, but it actually may become problematic for them, seeing as Endpoint have a pretty decent amount of their own descent forwards in ahead, as they've gotten one removed from the underside of the balcony. Denise running out of ammunition to be able to find anybody else and hold on. They've even gone through this smoke towards Khan. They've cleared it out. They haven't even really had to do a whole lot of heavy lifting to do it.
Not quite. Side access granted here. X5 to turn the tides though. From CT spawn, doing massive damage. Probably enough to secure things, unless Mighty Max he's playing on his triple bot. So effectively tracks a kill. Mighty Max still kicking, but eventually overwhelmed. Nice attempt there from him. Down so low, but still managing to try and find impact. Just couldn't quite seal it in the 1v1. Not enough in the tank. Second round converted, but I think with damage done like that, it's gonna just encourage you to go for another attempt here on the 4th.
That bomb plant, 4 kills to go along with it, actually inspires them to go for another investment, and a hold down amounts 1 from Azu, who finds them trying to aggress upon A main. Denise needing something in this round, tries to gain space if nothing else, and maybe a potential to a flank, but he'll get a kill, which is all the more valuable to them. They'll now man disadvantaged by 2. Although Azu is literally at 1 HP, I don't think that that'll come to really matter all that much. If they hightail it over to the site, they've only got 1 kit on one of these players, and I don't really think it's wise to go for it right now, Exner. I think the save would be much more beneficial.
Azu got Azu 2.
How long were you waiting to say that?
Since the beginning of the round. I was holding it in. Couldn't wait to just let that one fly. I was gonna cut you off and let it fly, but
at least you're respectable in that regard.
I held it in. I held it in. Years of public school education have kept me with the ability to sit in my chair, but not sitting around on ramp as a Zulu. He's clean with it. And Endpoint, with the continued investments, just continue to pressure. And they get away with it pretty comfortably. That's a good look out of their investment. Keep on trying, and eventually they do succeed, and right back into some pretty dominant mid-control being established there from them. Strength in the numbers.
Cranking out another buy there, team space doesn't really do them very much good, alongside the rifles that had been carried over. Not yet, anyway. They're back towards A, and the 5-7 is strong. It's never doubt in my mind it can get a kill or 2. That spam, always lethal. Oh, I thought they were going to lose out on a top mid body, but they're to it, despite not having that first bullet fired. Clears are still according, with everyone falling in line from space from that point forwards, and Denise is now having to really just tuck into his shell. Hope to hold on to this one, but Azubu is close on the case, but he's low, so I don't really know what he hopes to accomplish here.
Sometimes all you need is just to contain.
Uh-oh. They're coming.
Did a good job of that. You got the rest of the squad getting involved now. Dennis is in hot water. Getting hunted in, boxed in, walking into these angles. It's not an easy spray, I will say, but no easy way out of this one. They will eventually find the kill to finish the job. And it's gonna be the one on the board there for Endpoint, winning 2 in a row, probably just forcing into the eco here for the CTs.
Dropping out in mid once more. No window smoke initially to go along with it. They're going to go just swinging out. Guns a-blazing, and they force them out from that position pretty quickly as a result of it. Down deep in the HPs Denise. His teammates swept aside. Everything going swimmingly into the B-bomb site in due time, with Mighty Max yet to creep out through the halls. They're going to walk it up and in. With one at the bottom side of mid, Surreal to hold. They need to blow the smoke and a hold down. A mouse one should be able to find one, maybe a double even. Sure, why not? Call 3. Call it quits right now, because Endpoint seem to be on another level, back in guns with their T side. I would call it an upset round. It was pretty solid buy from them with those 5 Galils, but even still, what it does to the economy early is insane.
Yeah, put a lot of pressure on this T side or CT side to activate, as they have to go up against 2 like pretty much full buys back to back without any relief. So his purchases keep on coming through, even with the pistol win. Still feels like this map has started off a little bit rough. That's a good spot though. And caught on the jiggle though. It's even better trading from a Zulu. A sacrifice for one, but Sajat willing to sacrifice for a quick 1-for-1. Now it opens up the map here. There's ample opportunity for the rest to strike. For Mighty Max to try and call around this sort of situation in a 4v4. Create some gaps in that defense. We'll see if any find their way through.
Looking to break down walls. Standing tall currently is Fossil, as he'll eventually be dispatched of, but the walk through jungle met with a trade out and still a man up, and they've got utility all upon the belt of Crucial from jungle side, and Azubu being left low could really use some of that right about now to get out, and there's 2 CTs awaiting their arrival, but he might have something even better than that, a flank, but Red, even still, oh, Azubu is going to have a chance to maybe get out, help, or at least take away some of the heat, but
Oh my god.
okay, hold on, wait, they're separated even still though, 15 seconds, that's bomb down.
Now it needs to be a Zoo 5. As much as he's fought in this one, it's not gonna happen.
Counter-terrorists win.
I'm just gonna do the trick. Gotta wait this one out. Save the op and take it away. I think, again, in terms of the best way to lose a round, that's maybe one of them. Take that op away, do a lot of damage. No longer an asset for Team Space to wield, but at least they have an extra round to their name. It's definitely something they'll like in their back pocket. Timeout called though from Space. I think in a position where they don't want to be reset twice in the first like 7 rounds of the half. If that takes place, man, that's just gonna really sour the mood in terms of trying to get your head back in this series.
tie. 3 all. Sniper for Crucial could be a bit of a difference maker. Over on that last map, I was talking about it quite consistently because it was a really big factor in their CT side success once they started to find it, is the fact that they didn't have it at all in regulation outside of 1 round. That's just, like, not a great way of trying to pull away with a regulation win when your star role player doesn't have his best gun. Even still, comes the AK spray wild reined in, a Zuru to 9, and needing to refrag effectively, an AWP shot through the wall, actually able to connect 2-2, but even now, they're split once again.
Churchill playing just as aggressive as the rest of his team, even though he has that AWP.
Somebody gonna match his freak?
I don't think so. Out in space, at least they're familiar with this guy's freak, and it is unmatched. It's been taking them down all week, feels like. That's too tall, at least for now. X5 in the right position, though, to maybe save him. Maybe he can be the one. They left with any options. He has to be the one, I guess, more than anything.
Right place.
Oh, he gets out of dodge. Real misses out the trade. Repeat. Flashbang. Oh, betrays him. Fully flashed up right there. And again, what matters most is not only do they have this victory, but it's right back to the drawing board in terms of Space's economy. They called a timeout into this round to try and steal it, knowing what pressure was put onto it. And still, it's not enough to secure.
Overcooked there with the flashbang.
Yeah.
Good idea. A bit too snappy, too jumpy to try and get out for the fight. Surreal dodges. Re-engages. You better believe he'll be able to pull away with that one. 2v1 that very well could have been X5's moment to shine. But, not all that glitters is gold. Back over towards A with all 5. No, stragglers, no lurkers, no players in the back end. What you see is what you get. Right now, not with anything to see, as crucial as he has to back out and away from the other side of the smoke as they funnel through. Surreal will have been found, but that'll be all that she wrote. Team Space come back into this one with no op. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Hold on. Wait. Wait. Okay, Vert. I thought he was about a glass cannon rifle. But he does get it over to his teammate. Sacrifices utility in kind in order to do so. And the early stages of this round are going to become complicated for Team Space, actually.
So they can be a big influence here. So trusting in the op presence, as you'd mentioned, making sure that you can have this weaponry out. Like Mirage, kind of important. Definitely putting on that pressure. Trusting in Dennis to work these angles with the AWP. A crucial part of this mid setup. Here's Danist. Watching out in the flash, but covering for these off angles to be held to watch underpass. All of those bases covered. Here comes the re-aggression finally. A little bit delayed, and that's perfectly played. Danist strikes. Now the rest of the mid setup to be, springing into action here, and they finally do collect. Rewarded for their setup. Set up for success now is Team Space in another round here to try and claw things back.
This is the best case scenario they've had for a long time. Crossfire set from stairs. Thunderbalk and the maneuvering of Team Space has really just been unmatched at this round. At the very least, they've gone back and forth, up and down between all different facets of the map. As soon as they have to cancel that B-pop, things become overly complicated for the T side as the flash is ineffective. The AK-47 spray is. Sajat's got this one to do it 2-2. Hold on. Slow crawl, slow peek. Oh, missed! And Mighty Max has one of his own now to utilize on low HP as well.
The flanks. Oh no, that's not seen. It's over. Wow. thought
Aw,
that maybe
man.
there's some vision. I thought he popped a shot off actually, and kind of panicked again, but composure held some space, and could have been a scary situation. Is still secured in the end. Great mid setup initially. Not much more can be said in the fight forward for Endpoint. Sajat doing such good work to make it happen, but too tall a task.
And that's what really stinks, I think, about off-spawn B calls, is that if it isn't a rush with utility ready to cancel out utility, canceling is a real pain. It's kind of hard to regain any space and steps if you can't get the opening duels in your favor, and losing out that one kill to the op on Cat, that's enough to send things really spiraling. Oh, okay, nice little boosty boost. Doesn't see anybody initially, and I don't think he'll be given much vision onto anybody else in due time, though. The east side will come into contact with somebody, because there is a gap over the top side of that smoke, and blown by the AG. It looks like he's got players more than ready to help out.
In good stead. Holding off against the first prong of that mid approach, but they have been good to pull rounds back as well. Basel up on the angle in time. Granting some security. And affording them some further opportunities. X5 just shut it down one more time towards middle. And last man standing now. It might just be Sajat hanging about in apartments. Or, Alice, rather, for the rest of this round. I don't know if he has much interest.
I wouldn't give this one too much of a look in. Quite the crazy clutch it would be, and I guess a read there, just trying to spam off into the box if he was head down for the whole round, but that's not going to be the case. He's nowhere near. 5-5. Map pick that Mighty Max & Co. probably expected, or definitely expected, to be able to snag. I think that going even on this T side is going to be fine for them. They'd like to at least have a tie at the end of the half in general, so on track for that much at the very least, but needing a moment or two to breathe and regroup and regather as a tactical timeout brings them to that point. I think their A plays, their A mid splits, pretty much just the only thing that's worked for them consistently. B hasn't really been their best friend, haven't really gotten out into a position where they can pop through. It's usually a lurk down in late round that cuts a player size that Team Space have now read into, so kind of needing to go back to a push and pull to where they can get, you know, somebody out in the middle of no man's land perhaps, and they have this op in this round and that's it. Trying to use him to maximum efficiency.
Sometimes, even when you have this AWP, still challenging to make much happen. When you are the one that's probably just responsible for securing things. Putting that weight on Brucel's shoulders again. He's putting himself in position to succeed. Flashbang connects, but there's the outshot rattling off once again, further confirming these positions. They are crunching in. Not given a couple of opportunities now to strike. You don't want to give them one too many. All it can take is a single kill to set the tone for this round.
Quiet, too quiet, but Glock's gotten into a spot now where they can both peek from either side and catch one off guard. Caught to the left side, even still tucked. Is one more rifle, and they can't retrieve the one that's down at the pillar just yet. Soft posted up deep now, though.
Oh boy.
Leg shot turned into a kill, and he can play pops now, one after another. He's got a teammate on the top side of the shelf, even help out after that. So if he crosses,
Distraction.
he's dead.
Ooh, but Trunic got one beforehand. Just before another buzzer. And now a missed op shot crucial. Finally struggling to connect here, but time being bought. Surreal. Not a lot of time left, and he finds one kill. Crucial to get him off the bomb.
Oh!
And clotheslines the last. It's that 1-2 punch. It's a 1v2 from Surreal to secure Endpoint. One extra round early. Crucial with the setup, though. I said weight on his shoulders, and he lifts Endpoint up.
The positioning is so very well done. So many awkward places for a CT to clear, places you'll never think twice about looking towards in a situation like that. High octane Counter-Strike. Things are moving at such a pace and comms are flowing at such a rapid flurry that maybe these things go uncleared, unchecked, unknown is that player more than anything else at the front side of Catwalk awaiting the half pop, and he could just swing out wide and get a freebie. Here now we see that in the last round of the half, it's a very scattered set of economy, with pistols on 2, rifles for the others, but Herd inside of the smoke and spotted as the spam reveals him, and it's a Zubu who doesn't stop there. Tech 9 now pulls his pin, looking to do a little bit more damage as they are up close. Can't quite get it though. His teammates still rein it in. Oh. I didn't expect to see Surreal on the alert.
Neither did Space there. Panis. That's a smoke. And I think distracted by his target, the allure of one on the screen, but one in surprise. Endpoint close it out with 2 in a row. A lead into their second half, into their CT side that they will be incredibly excited about, and some of the frustrating fashions of which they have forced their way into this position. And now a CT side to look to seal this series on. Not only that, but you know, it could be very quick redemption for this Endpoint squad. Just a series ago, falling short in Series 7. Not making it through into the playoffs. Missed out on that opportunity, but this time, with a victory in this map, in this half, they'd be locking themselves in a 2-0 spot in the Swiss stage. At that point,
They're
job
basically
is
in
almost
playoffs.
done.
And they're basically in quarterfinals.
Pretty much locked in,
So they
guaranteed.
basically won the tournament.
of course.
When you put it like that, this is a big victory they got here.
Only thing that they have to do is win.
True. Careful with that piece of utility, the only one that they had thrown out towards mid. The balcony not going to be fully cleared yet. Eventually the dualies, though, will be dispatched of without having much success. Bomb site is theirs, and the plant so too. Maybe a Zubu to get one onto the runaround in the back lines, as he's been heard jumping back in and around and just playing, toying with his food. Zubu now finding it more valuable to him as well as the rest of the team. Maybe just fall away, save this armor, play with some upgraded pistols in the next round, get their money in good standing. Build up some credit. Maybe find a couple of exits to get their money up even further beyond that. There's the one. Probably the only one they'll be able to find, because the other guy in CT spawn isn't going in through the murder hole any longer, seeing what happened to his previous teammate.
So yeah, I'm good on that. No need. And with a couple of kills and the armor saved from 3 FAMASas on this force buy. So this might be more than what you would expect.
There's a little bit more to saving armor on pistol rounds than I thought.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. If you save with multiple players and those players get kills, like FAMAS, and the lack of head Kevlar, but still having that Kev is huge. I think this, still severely threatening inside of Endpoint.
Very, very patient in their push. Not giving up a whole hell of a lot on their mid-take. One high, one low on Catwalk, though, could prove to be problematic. The window is smoke. Can't have much say into it. The flashbang will allow them out for the swing. Good control from both players with these rifles, and they've got it already into a man advantage, but the bomb being planted. The timing on that flashbang near perfect as they heard them scaling their way up. That smoke really signifying how close they were as they heard the pin it, but even so, one player playing a headshot angle at this bench could prove spoiler, could be everything to the T side, awaiting X5 to get close enough to help out, but doesn't need it yet, Trunick, because he's already gotten a pair. Why not make it a third? Crucial now might even just go for a save at some point.
He's gotta stick around for that Molotov, though. That's a team molly, that's high value.
Yeah.
And in doing so, I'm gonna... Oh, hello?
Terrorists win.
Need to turn that volume just a tad bit up. I don't know. You had no idea, but the MAC-10 was so close behind him. And a good solution from space. They lose their entire mid-prong, but they have the B-bomb site, so... Sacrificing for a good cause in the end. Needed round right there. Didn't want to immediately fall flat up against the force buy. I was going to provide a little bit of runway for this G-side to work off of. Take a lead even. Takes the load off of a bit of the stress.
Sends them back into a position where they're gonna have to wait that much longer before getting their full kit out. Nice from Mighty Max though, onto a player head turn to just dink him up, finish the job. Body lay to the floor, gun irretrievable, but teammates on the way to maybe find one or two more to go along with it. I think that one kill was never gonna send the round spiraling by any stretch, but definitely, at least with USPs, getting his money's worth, getting a couple $100 that could very well have been actually invested onto that sniper for the man on your screen to utilize into the following with his P250. They're looking to do a little bit more, as already Trunick has been laid low. Somebody's going to be responsible for apps duty, and unfortunately for Trunick, it's him, because Crucial on the other side might be just able to get that one tap away from a frag. Nobody else to help out. He's tucked and ran now, no worries. All is well in the world.
Gonna keep him on that bomb site for a little while longer. Not a lot really to save there, so eventually we'll go for some sort of duel. Someone on himself doesn't quite find anything extra, but lead is claimed from space now before we get the investments back out. This will be the turning point in the series. This T side, I mean, it has to be. If you're on the side of space,
The level lead.
Endpoint, a little pressure off of them, but mid control taken quickly. Dan is knocked out early as they fight and swing for the fences on this side of the map.
They've bowed out. Having lost a man, they don't really foresee their future in that direction any longer. They didn't really get much for it. Playing games with smokes now, and there's one under the balcony now, supported by Crucial's position here. Able to play off of him. Now through Palace Flood, not quite going to work out in the separated prong of attack. leaves them empty-handed. There's just not enough men at A main or in Palace rather. It's mid, but it's too little, too late.
The damage already done, big time. Trunic gonna save onto his Galil. As the guns get reinvested, that's a bit of a scary sign of what could be to come on this defense once the rifles come out. As in this occasion, not a single point of damage done to their opposition. Before the round just evaporates in front of them. Taken right out of the sails of space. And now it's up to a lonely Trunic to do something in return.
I think that,
Not
like,
quite back to third, but still gets taken down.
kind of scattered in activation there. I'm not sure what went wrong in the timings where one is out Palace before ramp guys even peeked out and mid guys weren't even in con by the time either of those had transpired. I don't foresee that happening again. I think that they're going to have whipped themselves, into shape now, pulling out all the stops for the AKs. The Galils maybe just not really where they were sitting too pretty and happy as they get their upgrades out now, having played through their bonus rounds. One to the point now where they're tied back up, Endpoint, with a chance to not just equalize, but reclaim what was rightfully theirs in that 9th round victory. Round by round, the grind, team space, to try and just keep competitive is going to get difficult if they can't close here. Even still, though, they've gotten a lot of affordance over towards mid. Nobody's stopping them on their way up, not even spotting them on their way up. Smoke set them across the bodies. Favorable towards B in a few moments after this first kill is found. It should very well be. Surreal never going to give that one up, at least not easily. And even then, I didn't realize there was a second player placed in the balcony room.
Now, win condition established by holding on to that bomb control, and now you got to rely a little bit on this flank. X5. He's got the timing. He's got one in his pitcher. But one player heard towards T-spawn. X5 activating. Now both players noted. The silver lining is that Lazua maybe is a bit isolated. He does get blasted, but I don't think this is going to give Fossil any time to actually save this one. Especially with that HG right on his feet. He'll turn right around and say, you know what? This AK's kind of nice.
I like life.
Counter-terrorists win.
Time expires and we call it again. Endpoint still fighting back. It's a little bit of a struggle even then. It feels here and there. A lot of these kills coming down to timings and being shot in the side of the head. Good pushes in the early round really do afford them freebies though, Endpoint. When it comes up to those snappy heads-up aim duels though, that's what Team Space want more than anything else, and when they don't find them, they get a little bit confused as to where to hold and clear. Getting a little bit ratty right now, our Endpoint. And that's honestly what we kind of like to see on the CT side. Very stark contrast to the Anubis regulation CT side we had seen from them, which is a little bit two-dimensional, a little bit flat, a little bit individual and settled, and hoping that somebody can win their ones. This time a little bit more well-coordinated, a unit pulled together once more, AK-47 looking to be put to good use as a single man to utilize it. Armor on only one player, even still. I believe that may be able to get up close and personal if there's a walkthrough this A main, because they peeled off the center site itself. They're playing a much more passive hold towards it. Crucial doesn't have an op. He's not zoning from CT. It's just stairs from bottom side for Sajat.
A bit aggressive in this as well. Could be in for a rude awakening. Timing though, spots up the execute. Now they need to get into position. There's no utility though at all for the T side. So So, I mean, just so reliant on these aim duels up against better weaponry, and Furt manages to save that round from being flawless and just being such a stabilizer for Endpoint. At least punches up a couple of kills before getting knocked out of the round. But either way, it's pretty comfortable, well handled from Endpoint as they now grab double digits before another gun round comes through. But since these weapons have been brought out in the second half, I haven't faced a lot of concern for Endpoint in their setups.
They really do like to take this mid pressure. In these last 2 rounds, they've done it very, very well and very quickly as well. The pace to it is impressive. Popping one all the way up, fighting in through underpass to see if anybody's going on their lurk early. Not quite. And yet again, by less than favorable, may come back to haunt the side. Team space. These moments where that gun difference actually does make huge disparity between these two teams very obvious. Need to blow the smoke and see right between it. Killed as well, and another is going to be lobbed down and deny the plant. The heads-up maneuvers from all of the utility and all of the decisions coming out from Endpoint right now seem unmatched.
I mean, it's so frustrating. 2 HEs in that smoke. Failure to even plant the bomb, and you can understand why. They are constantly getting pressured. And as a team, when you're peeking into that angle, and you turn the corner, and there's just 5 different directions that you've got to look and put your crosshair to succeed. There's no wonder why Endpoint fields so much of that success. I think you put it right when you said this compared to Anubis just feels so much more cohesive in the defense. There is a unit, there's a team effort being put on display. Just one little pick right there for Crucial, looking to make it a second. Tech 9 is looking to track him down. They make it towards Catwalk, but not completely up it. So we just gotta be careful though, because there's a player huddled in towards ladder. They have taken this timing, and that can be used against them. Fossil's in a prime spot. I don't know if he's known.
I think waiting for his teammates to be able to actually act off of his move when he makes one is where he's at now in his head. Once he finds that kill, they kind of have to just get a move on towards one side or another, and obviously B would be the more likely of the two, the more reasonable of them. Quiet, too quiet. Surreal will realize that much now, and he'll have to make some quick movements after killing that player if he had even in the first place as he goes down.
Oh!
Leaves this bomb site susceptible to a taking, and I think a retake might be a little bit hard of an ask unless Crucial can crack open another shot.
Ability's not excellent. Zoo, the one with the large amount of it, is now on Catwalk, and Trunix in a beautiful off angle, catches him immediately. I think this might have to just be save. And Space, again, surviving here. On Mirage. Not necessarily thriving just yet, but avoiding giving over their opponent's series point is a huge relief. Considering they had to do half by, considering they had to do it in a 4v5, right?
Terrorists win.
Sniper for Crucial being carried into this next round is going to be a good save, a good find. Attack timeout to find out how they want to utilize it with money enough for another full investment to go toe-to-toe up ahead with what Team Space have been dishing out here and there. I mean, that was a round they probably shouldn't be losing Endpoint, but again, that timing into ladder is just unbeatable. Nothing you can really say or do about that, to be quite frank. It is what it is. Caught off guard, pants down. Surreal can do nothing more than pray that he reacts in time to claim his head, but Power positioning along with the patience for everybody else around them on the map get into place. They're going to be very thankful for that much. Allow them that room to wiggle. And here we go into another fast mid-take, not by Endpoint, but by Space. Getting this real estate very quickly, and the nade to blow the smoke, not seeing a thing, but two having already crossed. It's going to be an insane positioning, and another great timing for the second round in a row for Team Space that might have just done it for them.
Oh, not the time for a breakdown here if you're Endpoint. Enough inspiration to get your head back into this one, but still having a valiant effort on this site defense. Azubu and Surreal looking to hold it down and claim themselves some series point. X5 up against him. Azubu expecting X5 to maybe be in towards this mid side because you see a lack of reposition from Crucial. And Azubu not bailing out of this position. He's holding the cross towards the site, just keeping his eyes laser focused on this bomb location. Now Crucial gonna double or single zoom on that thing, and the vision given enough to close out the round. Crucial just in time, rotating forward, helping out the rifle. And Endpoint have 3 opportunities here in regulation to lock it down. Otherwise, we run back what we did on Anubis.
That would be something. No bomb plant, though, and it's actually limited a couple of these players, a good number of them, as a matter of fact, from getting what they need and what they want so desperately is in rifles of AK-47s, having now to settle for Galils, scrap away a little bit of their utility across a couple of the bodies, including the Oppa Denise, who's been much better in this one than the beginnings of Anubis. Certainly a win factor and a condition for them for the remainder of this one, as he's put everything on the line. See, even so, that Azubu's heroics in that last round has also been a pretty decent story as to how this game's been going in general. Kind of crazy to think that he's been on this roster for now over a year. I remember when they first picked him up. I was very excited to see what he could do with the Mighty Max tutelage, and so far, so great in this one. It's really proved to be cut from a different cloth at this point in time. Nade to blow the smoke, X5 to fight through Sajad on the other end, and 2 to deal with. Can't find either. As Crucial in the beginning stages of that round, looked like he might have had an off pick over towards Catwalk, to be honest with you. Just barely missing his mark onto it, and fast over into the next direction. Doesn't even see the player in Palace and takes his shot.
It's gonna help out. Level the playing field. In the meantime, Mighty Max coming in a quick transition up against Vert. I think that Mighty Max has a jump on him.
Oh, man.
He's heard the jump out here from Vert, but still so careful about this reposition. Vert playing masterfully. Mighty Max at the battle of the brains here, and Mighty Max comes out on top just in time. Extra support arriving onto the scene, although Trudic deals with the off-presence. Mighty Max is still holding down the line, looking to keep Endpoint in winning ways, looking to seal it in the easiest possible fashion, a 3v2. Spamming that default position, but now they know that there's no bomb planter, not just yet at least. And Fossil and X5 looking to join forces here. Tough angle, crouching right beneath the smoke. Now a headshot given. Azubu walks into the trap. Mighty Max is still so sneaky though. Misses out on the kill. He's down low, but he still has X5 in his grasp. Positioning has been perfect for Mighty Max until Fossil able to one-up him. But enough was done for that dynamic duo of Mighty Max and Surreal to seal the deal. And Endpoint will close this series out in 2.
Looking at that, continuing the pattern, moving forwards throughout the day. The third best of 3 of Series 8 group stage has been another sweep. It's been, honestly, a pretty exciting journey to get to this point on Mirage following that Anubis banger. It was just back-to-back-to-back strings of rounds coming through those teams in positions where, obviously, I think there were some maybe mistakes being made. Obviously, some eco kills that were really just shutting down rounds in their own right. Think back to the Mighty Max double entry through Anubis E-Box, actually happened in B main as well. I think you have to look at Endpoint and see the depth of their playbook. I think that they definitely looked like they had a little bit more over on the CT side of Mirage than Team Space ever could have put forward. It was a little bit flatter in comparison, as well as the fact that Azu stepping up as massively as he did makes it all the more simple.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just a good look to see that Mighty Max in these second overtimes is still bringing out new ideas on Anubis, and it wasn't even their map pick. Right? I think that's the big kicker, is that, you know, as the game gets late, there's still such a deep playbook, and so credit to Mighty Max again for being able to bring out these sort of strategies and preparing for tough situations. And as scrappy as it looked in map number 1, cleaned up their act, lost both pistols on that second map, and still looked in control for the most part throughout a majority of those gun rounds. So, you know, credit where it's due. That's a fantastic look coming through out of Endpoint, and an exciting opportunity for them in the future to scale into this CCT and redeem themselves for what they missed out on in Series 7, where, again, they went 1-3. Now they find themselves 2-0 in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, it's a big difference. It's a great look. It's a good feeling now to have time to prepare for that playoff bracket, potentially even following if they can make their way through cleanly. They'll have 2 more rounds they won't have to play through, and that's going to be really nice little reprieve, a little breather, a reward for their hard work. And you can see that our next match coming up in just a little bit, about 10, 12, 15 minutes time, maybe even 20, depending on how our pre-show goes, is going to be Aurora Youngblood and Illuminar. That's going to be another one that goes, I think, pretty deep, at least in the first 2 maps. I don't know, in my opinion, currently how I feel about who will take it at the end of the line, but I think we'll have a pretty decent pre-show to discuss the changes that they've been making recently, these 2 rosters as well, as how the veto will shape up. But until we get to that point, Exner, we're going to have that break, and everybody else gets the chance to then get some water, get some drinks, go to the bathroom, or whatever it may be. So until then, we will be back with Series 8 in just a bit.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skinplace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skinplace.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website, you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
And to close us out for the day, nothing but pure cinema and class here between these two teams in the 1-0 bracket. Obviously, we've got the remainder, last game of the day, Aurora Youngblood taking on Illuminar to see who's going to be moving alongside Endpoint in the 2-0 side of things. A pretty exciting prospect for both of these teams, considering, some of the shakeups and some of the, moves that they've been making. But Aurora Youngblood, they've been making some serious moves in the scene here, taking down some big scalps as of recent.
Absolutely. Ever since their most recent roster change, adding Mikuse is how I understand his name is pronounced. At least that's what I'm going to run with. 17 years old, from Belarus. He's been doing some pretty good work as well as the rest of the team along with him. I have to say I've been decently impressed looking at them, since I think that was one of their better. As we look across this entire season for them, the CCT run could be one of their most impressive and important with the addition of Mikuse, at least in terms of getting him comfortable.
I mean, I think for this team, it's all about just keeping up the success. I mean, they took a bit of a tough loss recently to Paravision, but that just breaks the dry streak, or the win streak, rather, of, constant victories. Zero Tenacity, a big name to take down. Amcal, a big name to take down. Like, no easy task by any means for this Aurora Youngblood roster. And when we talk about, the potential of this team, like, obviously, there's a lot to be excited about with this squad. I think they have a lot of potential, but, if they're quickly able to become, like, the next team for Aurora that is constantly playing out in these Tier 2 events and succeed at this level, they're going to find themselves in a fantastic spot. And, again, 2-0, making a run in the CCT is exactly what they're hoping to do off the back of this.
Certainly, I think it's a good test for these young guys. It's nice that the Academy League, with that being gone, there was at least room for CCT to funnel these guys in, to give them an opportunity to play. 18.7 years of age on average for this team across the board. Wow. So that is a young team, the name as it implies, as we do actually have a pretty old team, relatively speaking, on the opposite end of things in Illuminar. They are not spry young bucks as they once may have been. 26.5 years of age, in stark contrast with their youngest player being the Biolani, 22 years old, and the oldest being 29 years old, Furlan, who's been around the block, the captain and caller for the squad, carrying along PHR with him along his journey. And in due time, they will have to, I think, learn how to reevaluate their current situation without Ultimate, because since the additions of Kadziu and Marcos, those two have been some of their better performers, it must be said. It's been about a month since they've been joined, obviously. Same amount of time, about the same for Mikuse, but having two changes is a lot more difficult than having just the one. They're doing what they can with what they have, and it's certainly looked okay, but right now, in this 1-0 bracket, taking down the younger and less experienced players is something that I think that a roster like Illuminar is going to have to prove that they can do.
Absolutely. It's going to be a bit of a challenge. You mentioned it. I think, not only from what we've seen out of Ultimate already doing such good work in, like, the Tier 1 space, I think actually just recently taking down Fury to qualify for the main stage, or at least the, not the playoffs, but the group stage of Cologne, which is a sweet opportunity. But, even when he was on this team, doing a lot of work in the Tier 2 space alongside it, so kind of have had time since to maybe slot things in and get a little bit more prepared, but not a whole lot, making this matchup a kind of head-to-head in between a team that's looking to kind of recover versus Aurora Youngblood, who have made these changes and are firing up off the back of these changes, which I think is a good sign, and maybe paints a bit of a grim picture for Illuminar, but there's a reason they're in that 1-0 bracket. They're definitely capable of pulling off some wins, and I think that experience can shine through in a certain sense when they're taking on some of these younger rosters.
Yeah, I actually look forward to watching Furlan teams a lot of the time, to be honest with you. They're a pretty solid roster in general, I think. I'm excited to see how this one pans out. And we'll look at the veto and see exactly how they're going to decide whether they want to take their battlegrounds, as I'm not sure what these two map pools are going to look like in the slightest. All I know is that a Dust 2 is typically what we'll see gone for by the side of Aurora Youngblood. And that is where we're going to take ourselves, and it's going to be actually Aurora Youngblood who pick Mirage and Illuminar who give over Dust 2. So that spells maybe a world for the finisher on the 2-0s for the day if Youngblood come into this one with some tenacity here, Exner.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think it is an interesting route in the veto as well. Last time we saw Inferno be left open for Aurora Youngblood, and that was an incredibly close head-to-head that Aurora Youngblood were able to close out. This time, obviously, I think Illuminar have taken a hit in confidence in that map. Meanwhile, Aurora Youngblood building up even more. So it is interesting. I think that if you're Aurora Youngblood, you're going to be super excited by the prospect of your opponents picking into Dust 2. Because this is a map that they have been able to challenge some of the better rosters on. Only falling victim to what maybe is a little bit more surprising in Spirit Academy, but that was when the map was a lot fresher onto the scene. And more recently, Passion UA, who have been able to, use this map and build upon it over their last couple of events and fire up on that map. So, if you're getting this opportunity out of the gates, I think they're going to have a lot of confidence with these opening 2 maps for themselves.
I'm not really entirely sharpened up on my Dust 2 in recent history for CCT. I've caught a couple of games here and there, but usually they're punish picks. This one doesn't really feel like that, so I think it's going to be probably a lot closer and a lot more back and forth than maybe the ones that I've gotten to bear witness. Mirage, though, not the greatest for Illuminar. That is a punish pick in what it feels like a majority of the time. They play all 7 maps in the pool, though. That's one thing that goes for them. But we'll see what they do have on Dust 2 in just a moment right now, because despite having the higher win percentage over Youngblood, it's Illuminar who feel a little more comfortable, so it seems.
I'm with you. Usually that's, Dust 2 has been prime punish pick territory. This time, maybe not the case for Illuminar. Aurora Youngblood decent on the pistols on this map as well, in terms of consistency and conversion. Some good depth to figure out their way around. A top mid smoke being tossed on in, which is a bit interesting. What do we have planned for this one? Because they're still gonna have these long range duels at hand, flying up catwalk. They're quick about it. Flash is gonna be a little late, not gonna quite cut it. In fact, I think it even blinded up Blink, so he's left null and void and lower and can't get anything going. This pistol fast up catwalk as well. They are so explosive, able to catch Aurora Youngblood asleep at the wheel.
Berlan at the charge, good on him. Be able to find a pair. Even then, job done by the sniper. At the end stages, holding on to catwalk. Has his responsibility and lives with it well. Now, without much in the way of bank built up for the Youngbloods just yet. I actually do wonder who the caller of this team is. I don't know that much. Do you?
For Aurora Youngblood?
Yeah.
Sure.
It's interesting. I'm gonna have to figure that out at some point. I'm gonna have to do my research, but right now, flash out for long on the timing to try and catch them unprepared. Give them a double pair of kills to go along with it. Couple hundred schmackaroos to go with PHRs and Katsu's body dropping to the floor. Pretty nice.
Anyone in Twitch chat have any idea who the Aurora Youngblood coach or IGL is? We'll take this time to believe you 100%, no questions asked.
Yep.
Type a name. That's all you gotta do, even. But into the first gun round, whoever it is,
Twitch chat.
capable of getting them back on track here pretty quickly, given the roster change. Looking good in that department. Long control established. Blue White in a bit of a interesting spot.
That's where we're getting. Mid still being held. Quick fall away from the A site and over, jiggling between Long and Grix. By far and beyond the star for this squad, I have to say. In a good position to be able to battle back. The man you would want around the heat that's soon to engulf this A site. Flash over from Bylani. Not blinded, head down. The second, though, does catch Blixie, and the rest now heading out towards bottom side mid. They'll be still here. They'll be able to catch them with their pants down. Off guard, not ready for the spray. 2 players down, the bomb the same. and McHughes is on the other end. They've got a crossfire set with 3. It's over.
Yeah, I hit shot in the back as well. Oh, traffic jamming. Or tons. Yeah, boxed in. That boost was so perfect. I mean, just couldn't get past it. Not a chance. And we have a freebie given over by Blue White, getting a bit eager on the hunting endeavor. Not a big concern considering how well that went for Aurora Youngblood. Keep him at bay on that catwalk. Keep him scared. Keep him nervous. And prepare yourself for the next prong, which they certainly were. Mid to B had absolutely no runway with it.
Passed along. That spawn, Op taking it and utilizing it well to find Grix. Another body. Be ill-willed to swing in, is swinging out is Laney, and he catches one off guard on the front side of the barrel. Done and dusted is the rifle to catch him. In good time, though, there will be a response from the CTs, but one that sees them actually walking over towards Cat. They're going to take up this residency instead, maybe to find the player in lower tunnels eventually in Furlan. Just going up and down those stairwells, leading a life of mystery in this direction with 3 players to crunch in upon this direction with him not yet exposed. May soon activate and still aware of the possibilities, McHughes. Needing to get him flushed out, but Furlan is playing his cards very close to his chest. The execution to the site is through both Vilby and Blixie. Need to stop them. Molly behind, Molly between, actually, even. Scaling up as Kadziu catches a CT on a turn.
Bit scary there, but playing around the smoke to perfection. Now, all on his shoulders. It'll be challenge on 2 fronts. Dives in towards CT to look to further isolate, but he's just buying time for this long flank, although wise to reposition himself. Challenging only on a single front. Smoke for the cross. That catwalk box making this clutch just a bit interesting. Let's see if that's accounted for. Not gonna make that move though. Jumping up here looking for the headshots. No, not gonna happen. Goes for the all-in like that. And instead dismissed with ease.
Twitch chat doesn't know who the in-game leader is either.
Shoot.
The one time we gave them power to
I know.
fill our heads
They
with
could have controlled the
smoke.
broadcast.
Really. The narrative. It would have been theirs. The script, it would have been
Finally
exactly
in
as
their
they saw it.
hands.
Yeah.
Power to the
there was a
people. We
chance.
tried to
Yeah.
give it to you.
You turned us away.
You weren't ready. Shame. Power's still in our hands. As it should be. But right now, controlling Illuminar. Handled his T-side well out of the gates. And their attempt at a bit of revenge here in this head-to-head. And Blaney, with some conviction, turning the corner in these duels. Instantly takes care of a couple kills. And a couple in return, though. No means made easy in this round. That's going to help out, though, big time. First punched in. Advantage still maintained. These HP bars dwindle, but still holding the line. Now MP9 close. Up in personal in the face. Where's this bomb planted for? It's planted for Platt, so he's going to have to reposition. There's no smoke on this one, but oh, okay, it's over, actually. 10-second defuse. Unless Marcos has a crazy wall bang, it's just not going to matter. Full stick is in. Nothing he can say about it. And they steal that round away in the 4v2.
Roy Youngblood proving that they have a little bit of tenacity to him, even still in those moments of pressure. Where I'm sure Illuminar are at least hoping that they're going to crumble under it. quite. Not the case. Nades already being sent by the CT side to deny and delay whatever's happening over at long side, but it's Blixie who's taken a lot of HP. Already down to 40. I think it was a tag through the door as he's actually the B player. On his cross, it was the op of Marcos that must have nicked him. From here on out, it's going to be a low, slow, and controlled Illuminar to try and scale up through A. They've got all 5 in this direction. It's going to be a matter of punishing that singular weapon. But there's nothing really in the wheelhouse of Aurora Youngblood to be able to stop it. They don't have an op of their own. He'll take these duels as he pleases.
Having a tough time handling this long pressure that's been applied. That's been Illuminar's bread and butter so far in this map. Continuing to challenge on this side. Do so successfully. Now slow crawl in. That's a great Molotov. Timed well. No ticks in it though, so don't potentially know how close they are behind this corner. Finally the smoke spam coming through. Maybe that's the info that they need. Crossing now on in towards the site they go. Still yet to punch in those digits. Those smokes start to fade away as well. And Delaney left with a lot of heavy lifting once again. Another multi out of him. Consistently firing away, but again, all of the pressure on his shoulders. And it's just too much for one man.
Seen a lot of bait on Twitter recently about Perfecto. Talking about CIS teams and players. Just today I saw like a bait tweet that Aurora were going to be picking him up, and then I saw another bait. Well, that's why I brought it up, because it's Aurora also.
Yeah.
But another bait tweet saying that like Gun5 having benched Finnegan are going to be picking him up. That's what Overdrive said. I don't know what's happening, but that guy better get a better team than those two. No offense to them.
I mean,
No
I could
offense at
see a
all.
world where he might be left to in Aurora.
That guy should not be
Considering-
at that level.
No, he shouldn't, but considering, I mean, the only side I would like to see him set towards is Spirit, and do they ever want to make that upgrade? Right? They have
I don't
a
know how
little
his
bit of
English
faith in
is, like
Celtics.
vitality even.
Oh, okay.
I think that'd be a really good one for Mezzi. No offense to Mezzi either, I just don't think he's quite the player that they were looking to get shoot killed from Magus. I think Perfecto is probably the best player to replace that kind of a player. I think Perfecto is probably the best player in the world in his role at a point.
Yeah.
So
It's got some challengers, but I mean, I agree with that.
top 3.
Long term.
Yeah. Although, if he did end up on Aurora, if that's where he did land, I wouldn't be too mad about it. It's definitely an up-and-coming team. Very young prospects, good individual talent spread across the board. A little bit of experience and clutch potential to really send them up. But that aside, back into the game, as it were. No longer discussing the ifs, but instead the R's, and what is happening currently is that Illuminar are once again heading 5 up through long.
Again, this has been their game plan, their way that they want to win on the ST side. Constant long pressure. And having some good ideas. Having Delaney, who's been a monster. So comfortable in these duels. Another one out of him. Finally shut down. As soon as you shut down Delaney, I think this has opened up chances and opportunities for a retake. The utility is still strong for this CT side as well. But Marcos, what's he got in store for us? Saw him nullified in that last, late post plant. This time he's looking to make sure that doesn't happen again. We're still up catwalk. He's got flanks coming through. Wait a second. A little bit off guard. They were going for the save, so Marcos at least confirms that information. Does lose his op in the meantime. That's a bit frustrating for him, but at least he wins the round for his squad. Or at least confirms it.
Terrorists win.
Luminar in the back and forth now, tying things back up on their pick, and man, those are always some awkward shots to try and land. Two players jumping and trying to displace Crosshair. Let alone players that are running when there's two of them definitely gets a little bit awkward sometimes. I'm a little bit more scatterbrained than that. I probably would have just shot at the
between 'em.
floor. No, yeah, that's better. I'd do that.
Sometimes the more difficult of the two than hitting a shot. Just not what you mean to do in this occasion. Either way, pretty disciplined decision. It's funny because sometimes you talk about the experience of the gap in between these two teams and the age, but I think at this point, like, age and like decision making doesn't really matter.
No.
I think you can be the most disciplined player in Counter-Strike at 17 years old, and you
Or
can have
throw away your
you
life
know,
at 29.
yeah, there you go. It doesn't matter too much in the modern age of Counter-Strike as much as it used to, and Molly's right around the blue bin as they finally fight back here. And Roy Youngblood, a lesson learned on why exactly they've conceded long control so often, because PHR can do that.
Holy mackerel, dude, that second kill. Snaps right up to the player atop the platform and dropping down into CT spawn, the two of them tucking it and running over towards mid side, maybe making a read or going for a save if they lose that A site. Maybe a little bit of both, but Luminar starting to get to be a little bit of a handful over towards long side, frankly, Exner. It's been time and time again, 5 players here. They don't have anybody on a catwalk. They don't need anybody in lower tunnels to cut rotations or pull a player back. They just springboard out through this into the direction of the A site. Early, late, or indifferent, and nobody is going to be contesting them now. Nor will they for a few good moments. The second half is looming and lingering. The T side containing 5 now rounds is a pretty solid stretch into what Aurora Youngblood Dust 2 is typically pretty strong with. Take a look at some stats for a second while we wait. Oh, okay, well, you want to hear something cool?
Let's hear it.
Maybe there's hope left, because in terms of the round distribution 1 spread, Aurora Youngblood are 56.52% proficient on T side. Round conversion. So that's an interesting stat line to think about in hindsight, considering that this side was given over to them by a Luminar who thought that their T side would be the better of them.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of get it with how effective Luminar have been in terms of getting space. It maybe hasn't always necessarily led to round victories, but man, do they look good in taking long control. They've got that down to a T. And if you get that down, like, that's a... You know, it kind of feels like always step number 1 of Dust 2. Sometimes step number 2 can be closing out those post lanes in a little bit more comfortable fashion, which has been more their problem. But they've got a lead now because of it. Giving themselves plenty of opportunities to succeed, and now they're finally starting to capitalize on some of those said opportunities.
Couple of these highlights run back now as we await the resume. Playing over, around, and inside of smokes in this game has been one of my biggest joys. You look back at CS:GO, I went and played a 10-man actually on it like a week or two ago, and smokes in that game sucked.
Yeah, they actually look like just paint drawings.
So bad. Smokes are just like beautiful.
Yeah. Like, I think this might be one of my hotter takes, but I absolutely adore CS2. I hope we're at the point where we're also getting to that. Some people that I know still talking about like all these netcode issues and stuff like that. The only thing I want them to do is like fix the boost bug.
I have
That
little
one's a little bit annoying.
gripes with the game and how it feels sometimes, but like overall it's an enjoyable experience. Like kills are satisfying,
Yeah.
movement's fine. It's really not that big of a deal, whoever's complaining about how the movement feels in this game comparatively. I think that just maybe like little tweaks over time could definitely make it feel just, you know, like incrementally better and better and better. But right now it's a game that I enjoy playing. I play it for fun, as opposed to Counter-Strike Global Offensive that felt like a job. And right now it's a job for these two teams to try and win out now. They're being paid for that exact point. 5 up. Luminar running it up through Cat have gotten an opener again. It's Furlan at the helm. This guy, he's been so good for them time and time again, and now locked out from CT spawn. They want to maybe make their way up through Cat. No time to save really anymore, guys. We gotta start going for some of these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, they
Or
can't
not.
even get their way through the first phase of some of these. And now, you know, calling out a save like this is almost certainly banking on them having a good T-side half, right? I think that's where we're at this point, saying that they've looked at the same stats as you, but they just can't even lift off in this one. They're not even holding on to their weaponry. It's a quick end. Luminar heating up as this map goes on. And Aurora Youngblood caught in a rut on this defense.
Oh, up there at the corner again. Marco's not able to fire into the chest of the scout, though 3 of them that have been brought out into this round. No tags in either direction makes it complicated for the young bloods, because right now, seen it time and time again. It's nothing new to us. 5 players in this direction again. And again and again and again. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They don't need somebody to sit on an extremity for them. What they need is to have tradability in kind, and they do, and they find Vilby topside sight with ease, and the next up at bat's likely to be even less successful than the last, as 2 shots are able to be fired out from Marcos to connect and take him down.
It's looking so easy. This first half for Illuminar, like you said, there's no need to adjust the game plan. Just keep on going with what's worked. The idea from them. Zero adjustment required. Another save. Maybe exit attempts here. Potentially taking place. Some upgrade guns to be held onto.
That's a big one. Marco's just spamming shot after shot with the op through the door. I don't know how much ammo he has left in it.
Terrorists win.
That's a half well maintained and well done, even if it stops there on the count for Illuminar. Forcing them into save after save as they take that A site with no worries. Flying easy in these moments, it feels, as this game started off with Aurora Youngblood feeling like they were a little bit stronger, a little bit more tenacious in some of these attempts, going for fights and rounds and plays, and now finally fighting for long, but guess where they're not?
And on the last round, we'll dupe them. We'll go B. I'll never expect this. What a brilliant gambit here from Illuminar.
Truly.
Finally switching things up. After long last and threatening side of the map that hasn't got enough attention. Man, make sure that they fall asleep on this direction. Complete misdirection in the last one. Blaney will do what he does best, and that's find entries. But this time, it's on the B side.
CT spawn on cover. Bylani even tossing out of smoke, free-handed. Not sure if that will have landed as he intended it to. Blue-white finds the straggler, though. Got more to do. You can't save this one, guys. Gotta go all in, and timer already having halfway tick. 20 seconds left. Kit on only the one in Grix. He's got the sniper rifle, though, trying to get the rifler sent in first and foremost. Wow. Blue-white is able to deal damage enough to find that frag. He needs to discover where the last player is hiding at the head-down position at the back of the car. A shot inside of the smoke will be all that they need, and Grix fires off into him, clips him through the car, but can't complete the clutch. And Illuminar Kadzu able to bring it all the way to 8.
Give it a big retake attempt right there. And they almost make it work. What a fitting end that could have been. At the final hurdle, when they have to make the move, the decision to retake, they nearly got away with it. Even though they were in a 3v4, even though it was a B side. Have a great flashbang to start it all off and have a couple of kills to make it interesting. Just couldn't quite close, as you'd come to expect on that side of the map. Never an easy task, but when it seemed like they might have been up to. Instead, 8-4, and now we better see that strength come out into the second half. Otherwise, again, that hole dug a little too deep.
Now, it's a lull right now across the map until Grix fires off the shot heard around the map. Just 2 echoes with Furlan's dead body now lay up floor. They still manage to find these long players with ease, though, as they've stuck around to their guns and haven't rotated off. Despite losing that player in position, Illuminar, a very potent-looking Dust 2, and one that I thought that Aurora Youngblood would have had a much more challenging approach to.
Absolutely. A little more depth expected. I just don't know if they'll have any time to bring it out. Getting shut down in this sort of fashion.
Grix clutch.
That could help. Nope, too cohesive, too many numbers swinging together. No way to lose that round when they play it like that. Illuminar, both pistols now converted in their department. Showing exactly why they did pick into this map, right? Makes a lot more sense when you see it look this good.
Yeah. Somebody got hit with utility there. I can't tell who. I think a CT smoke for mid doors bounced off a teammate running towards B. Won't really come to matter all that much because the T's themselves smoked off that direction as well. No biggie. Here we go though, and something that is pretty big is the amount of money able to be made by SMGs, but it looks like just damage, majority of it from Furlan. Only the 1 kill. PHR gets some of that. And double digits as quickly as you can be. They're just gonna walk that one like the dog in the yard. They relieve themselves of 6 rounds worth of pressure now before the Youngblood team can even tie up this game.
Guns out at the very least. Has to be the start. They expect maybe long control to go in the way of Illuminar on both sides of the map. They identified how they used that up against their opposition in the last. So they put priority in the resources at the turn of the second half. Knowing what it requires to win on this map. And bringing that into the CT side now.
EHR has been a little bit more of the quieter of the bunch right now in this game. Already softened up, not left in a great position, but physically in a great position, honestly, and he's actually able to capitalize off of it. A slow walk with a nade pulled through the door, blue-white, is punished, sentenced to death. And although Kadzi might be found and Bailani wasn't able to stop him before he had gotten into the position to swing it, he doubles up and makes at least up for that one life he had lost.
Yeah, instantly redeemed. Tough angle with the MP9. It's looking like the bonus is going to go comfortably in the way of the CT side. Sure, kill late in the round. Flicks. Maybe something more can happen. AK in hand, give it another fight. Long range, but couldn't seal it. He's got this play with conviction. Knows he needs to make a move. Knows he needs to be a hero. I don't think he thought there's any realm in which he could save this and he could comfortably get back into this map. So trying to maybe secure things there, but instead walking right into the AWP. And Illuminar had a little bit of a shaky start in the beginning stages of this, but boy, have they responded big time.
Attack timeout at the dying embers of Dust 2. It ain't looking pretty, as that second map is their pick. One that Illuminar aren't all too comfortable on, statistically speaking, but right now, I want to look back at the fact that Mirage is a map that really does lend itself to teams that are firing off individually when they're able to win out on a majority of these pretty pretty dry fights. That's a good sign for Illuminar moving forwards. You can see them playing with a little bit more looseness to their T side, but looseness that is all of them still together. They're just making their decisions as they scale. There's little in terms of micro that they need to worry about when they're just bombing up the same direction consistently, right? Mirage is a very similar map in that regard. Mid, very, very prevalent. You'll see a majority of the team go in that direction, 3 if not 4. A main, more often than not, 4 if not 5, making an execution happen in that direction. Apps pops, well, let me tell you, 4 if not 5. So in terms of game style and in terms of the fact that also Illuminar don't even have to worry about that all that much to start out their game, that when they start on the CT side because it's not their pick, it's a pretty decent look for this best of 3 series. I thought would have been a little bit more bleak, I have to say.
Absolutely, I'm with you. Super surprised of the Illuminar's resiliency going into this one. Feel like they're playing in tip-top shape, looking like they're playing as a unit. Those units being able to fire up. A bit of a... seeing that HE, but shouldn't be too much of a concern up against the pistols either way. Gonna deny safe passage on the cross. They wait for the counter utility on this T side. Wise decision making, but what's around that corner isn't much more appealing. It's ops, it's A1S's in position to shut this down. And they still are struggling to actually make it into the bomb site proper. PHR using that new box on his perfection, and it doesn't last much longer. I mean, that's a very comfortable way to secure yourself. Now map point. They seal the deal here, that would make 8 rounds in a row. Maybe not gonna happen just yet. Finally, someone arriving onto the scene here for a Youngblood double entry manufactured. and a third, turning around and watching long as well. And as soon as you hit 12, the wake-up call takes place.
Blixie's back,
Can't
baby.
have 9 in a row. Oh wait, 10 in a row, sorry.
That's too much. We draw the line at that. Tucked into that corner by Laney, looking to play a little bit of a cheeky game to stop them from their way in with maybe a multi if he goes unclear. They are in that direction with the bomb, no less, and they're grouped up for it. 5 are alive, yet to discover where Marcos lies, but with the AWP and knowing that it was in play, they can guess. They can take an educated one. It'd be crazy if Bialini actually snuck this one out for them.
That would be
Does he go on
a wild
clear?
one. Boy. Gonna get crunched in on though. I think mid might catch it first. That's a big pickup, but there's a double spray down. Mulaney doing magic on the B bomb site and still cracking through his Gurks onto the side eventually. Marco's now left last man. Up against 2. He's already good. He's flying through it with a window, but no, it's not quite. Denied on the inbound. No such heroics. A lovely attempt at the save. But again, just too tall a task.
Alright, 7 more to go. They got it. Rich just boosted up atop the head of blue-white there to see if he can catch anybody onto the cross. Not going to be able to get anything for it, not even a shot rung out. He'll be fine with that much because it means that Marcos, so too, wasn't in that direction to give him any trouble with his. Obviously, the CTs are going to have enough money following all that long of a time. There's Blixie again, fighting them their opener in an unorthodox position, though. He's not able to fall away, though.
Just yet. Another 4v4. This time Blixie, man, who did so much heavy lifting in that last round to shut down. And it still came down to kind of clutch situation. So scaling through this one, you gotta be a lot more careful. Looks like they might be diligent about the utility usage. A poke and a prod out towards mid to B, but I don't think they've got that in their sights. I think it's more so towards this A side in which you have a heavy setup on a Luminar. Off angle to start it all off. Marco's in a position where he can pop a shot off and escape. He does, and he's out just in time with a lot more resistance behind him. He's not alone on this bomb site. Looking to buy time though in the meantime. They've got themselves some access.
They toss and they turn. In an attempt to stay cool, the CTs may overheat in a moment. But they'll be going wider than that for the peek out. And the HE up top doing damage enough. Nice slight little bit, but low on HP are a pair of players in which PHR has no idea about. He's now not going to give a look into the 1v4 turn 3 as he gets his 1 kill in bows. They've got so many rounds to play with, but they need to use them accordingly in order to get their money in order. 3 stay alive, 3 guns. These T's drop to their fallen brethren, who would help them get to where they were by the end of that round. Saluting them as they say sayonara, but they're back now as the respawns are out and in. 6 more match points. Map points, to be more accurate.
They're kicking up dust now. Right at the finish line. Starting to find some struggles. In terms of closing out. Knocking down that elusive final round. That's how it goes, isn't it?
Yeah.
You get so close. It doesn't matter until this thing's locked in at 13. Piece by piece, these young players with all their endurance can slowly but surely get their head back into this thing.
At the very least, a full reset going into the second map. Get some hope going for you as momentum begins to mount on the previous. You got something to look forward to. The individuals starting to show up one by one. And there goes the C4 before any contact has even been made in the round. And hearing that now, PHR, who had this rifle from the previous, is just going to try and body up with the rest and maybe play a little bit of Protect the President, you know? Classic childhood game. We played that in Dodgeball, actually, speaking of what we were talking about earlier. We would have one person as the president, and we would just group up and go, "Protect Mr. President! Mr. President! Mr. President!" Just keep saying that while we block him.
Fortunately, the stakes were never that high for my childhood.
It's pretty brutal. Serious political climate in 5th and 6th grade.
Yeah. Well, I think I just really did like coloring books. I think I played a little bit of the recorder.
Coloring books?
I don't know.
This is
I don't know
5th and 6th grade, not pre-K. dude.
Oh, I thought you said 5 and 6 years old.
Oh no. Coloring books at 11 and 12 is crazy.
I was a slow learner.
You didn't even stay inside the lines, I bet. But not staying inside of the lines of the B site right now are Aurora Youngblood, and it looks like they actually might have just dug themselves their own grave. As a dink out before a refrag, still a man up and utility enough to where they might be able to find them even before then. Drop down, Nate, top of the head. Blue-white still alive. And even fighting through the smoke, surely not. Flash from a teammate. Barely alive on the other side of the molly and no trade!
Boy. There's a flank coming through quickly. Blue-white, he's getting covered. His back is turned, but his teammate has it. Now, Gurks instantly dismisses Kadzu, and it was such a clear opportunity to lock themselves in another round. Now, not so much. As PHR left versus the duo, he walks right into the crosshair of Blue-white, and I tell you what, they're just not figuring out a way to close this thing.
Surely not, right?
I mean, that's the round right there that says they're not ready to finish. I mean, both on the ends of Aurora Youngblood for fighting through that massive disadvantage, but more so than anything, a little bit of a choke in terms of the cohesion there for the side of Luminar.
Falling short at the last step needed to take over the line of the race. Near finished. But Aurora Youngblood catching up. Marcos undetected, uncleared, unchecked. 3 players soon to be making their way across. Make it 4. Into the pit goes another, and he's got a knife out. Up for the upper, but not close enough to grab or use, as the rest will fall neatly, as it should, only losing the 1. Good enough.
Serious scare, but now 3 rounds is not that much of a lead. Not anymore.
No.
Lost that quickly. The tides within an instant are Youngbloods, and as I said, these young guns have that endurance to take it the distance. Not gonna give up on this series just because they're down a few rounds here on Dust 2. Showing us that much for sure. To the rifles though, chance at redemption right here and right now. See how much of a matter that is. Back to the B side as well. Feels like the reaction from Aurora Youngblood identifying what Illuminar have loved to do in that first half, constantly abusing long control. They put a lot of numbers here consistently on both sides of the half. Execution's gonna be tossed on in. There's a utility. There's 0 players on the B bomb site. You can't give the side up. And now that they have, it's gonna be a save. What is going on here, Illuminar? It's a complete system breakdown.
They're like, no way can they go B. Are they gonna go B? In no world. But lo and behold, man, they do. And from that point forwards, you say it's a systematic breakdown. It really is. I'm not sure if it's an individual's decision at that point to play off the site. Unsure if maybe it was a call in the gamble or help needed in one direction or another, but nothing happening at mid or top side A to where that should have been the case there. They're overcompensating for something in some directions and needing now to really lock in, get their heads on straight. It's coming to the point where it's almost catastrophic. Come back seeing this unfold, the jiggle, aware of the possibility an op could be posted is, but there's more bodies than even that. Done for is Blixie, but the rest not going to go for anything else other than their round victory, but that's going to be more than enough for me.
It feels like the pressure kind of getting to them as they get to a closing stage in this map. that reality is catching up to them. And now they're starting to play not to lose, it feels like. Calling gambly stacks on towards A over and over again. Getting abused on this B site. I think most of all, the reason why you can't afford to leave 0B in any given round is it's an near impossible site to retake, especially in even situations, so.
Let alone down.
Right. You give them a 5v5 at the best of scenarios in that. And it's already going to be a save call. And sure, they've got rounds to work with, they've got rounds to fight through, but not a lot left of them. They don't close out here. It's one more opportunity at a map victory. Otherwise, you give over overtime. And by that point, I think we know which way this game's going, and it's not in the favor of Illuminar. Once again, there's no victories in map control here. Not at least for now. Don't have much of ground on Catwalk. Finally, PHR secures that much. That's a huge relief. Brought to you by PHR. Now the execute comes on through. PHR repositioning, jumping up. Maybe got caught by blue-white there. See how prepared he is as the jump up comes on in. And the bomb denial not quite there. Kadzu spraying down just the edge. But a 4v4. That I don't know how much interest is really in play. It looks like they're hanging around. It looks like they might give it a go. Oh, that's gonna help out in encouraging that effort. First hit straight through the wall. A smoke to isolate the offer. And now they can start to crawl their way on in. But the kills flow through for the Tees as well. Low HP for PHR. A late long flank that's handled. They've got all the bases covered. 4-11. And the Luminar just can't close.
There's just no way! How is this allowed at this stage? It's getting ridiculous. 7 rounds straight, I think? Looking at 8, depending on what they can do with this last buy. Regulation coming to a close and one more attempt at finishing it off in it, but everyone now having their say in this matchup. It's been Blixie at the beginning of T-side, starting to find opening after opening. Shutdowns from blue-white. Vilby playing the mid of those clutches and in the side of the bomb sites to find his and fill the gaps, fill the void. Grix hasn't even really needed to do a whole hell of a lot. He's the upper, and he's barely even made a peep. And that's a bad sign for Illuminar. If we switch over into an overtime where CT side's brought back up, having a little bit of time to really get revved up, and their engine's on and ready, Aurora Youngblood, they're going to be a different beast entirely, I feel. I'm worried.
When you get into overtime, I think you have a right to be. They press up middle, man, deficit. Now this lineup, though, could be glory. PHR will trade it out, and still, they could just at the buzzer.
Really?
Figure out a way to close it. A little underpass flank comes through, but Blixie deals with that pressure. what could have been the kill to just put it straight forward into the victory. Let's now put this round a little more up into the air. As Vilby and Blixie look to save it. There's re-aggression up catwalk. No fights given. So much coverage, so much attention put towards middle now, and they're so right in doing so. It now becomes a game of timing. PHR, right underneath his nose, lies the 2 remaining Ts. And slipping up towards mid to B, they're not silent about it. They start to throw that utility down now. Giving over the game of where these players are potentially located. And
They can find Marcos.
The aggression's coming through. They could, but also this cat crunch. No way they're making this decision. This is absolutely absurd. They are going mid to A. They have those new catwalk boxes if they wanted to choose it. Kadzu looks to be read in on this. He's going to catch back's turn. One quick kill, and identifying the second. Taps away, but can't quite close it. Not just yet for Belixi. Out in the open. And Illuminar, it's a wake-up call. It's a reality check of Aurora Youngblood in their fight. But they just can't hold on until the end. 13-11.
Unreal. That is how they ended up closing it. Seconds away from destruction at the hands of Aurora Youngblood. Round after round, they felt like they can do it. I'm sure that the confidence had to be overwhelming from those young guys at that point. And damn, if I didn't believe it too, I have to say, I felt like it was pretty much a lock and a shoe-in. But the double lineup from Cat, 3 players, as a matter of fact, in that direction that he could have been able to find. But there was just so much pressure in that direction, they couldn't escape it.
I'm just kind of shocked that that is the way it closes. It just does require some individual efforts. PHR with that massive lineup towards middle to start it off. It felt like in that last round, Illuminar played like they had nothing to lose. And maybe that's the runway that they had, but just taking the ultimate risk in every sort of occasion. Pushing up middle and just throwing caution to the wind. And that's what does it. And sometimes that's all that you need. And it took them, 7 or so rounds to get to that point, but at least they got there in the end. That being said, you mentioned it. I think it's a minor victory when it comes down to Aurora Youngblood when they make it this close. They pull this comeback off. They'll be happy that even though they didn't quite close it out, they made it close. That being said, we're going to be tossed into a break, and once we do come back, we'll be hopping on in to that next map. It's going to be Mirage right after this.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault, and the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
And welcome back, everybody. We're gonna be hopping into our second map here, and again, what looked to be very comfortable for Luminar in that first map quickly turned sour when you watch as things go on and as they get closer and closer to that finish line. So I hope that is a wake-up call, but now they got Mirage up next at bat, and they got to step up in a big way here to try and close that out. And two, otherwise, I think, again, with the comeback effort that we just saw, it very well could be, and maybe it very well should be, Aurora Youngblood trying to fight back and get themselves a map victory here in the series.
Yeah, if they didn't give me worry towards the end of that, I'd be lying. Definitely gave me a good fright for the Illuminar chances of closing out on Dust 2. Saw them begin to buckle and break in some of the rounds where they were just playing gambly stacks. You had made a big highlight of the fact that they were putting, I think, 4 over towards the A site at one instance, and then one guy just outside of the B door is responsible for both B and mid. Not really a good setup at that point in time, knowing you gotta close and going for a full save from that point forwards. It's just kind of locking you out, giving potential over to your opponents to build up that confidence, be like, guys, they're literally saving after we get 1 kill. Like, what's going on? This is incredible, and it was really incredible what we'd seen towards the end. Although it wasn't enough from the Youngbloods. We can't just see comeback potential. We can't see them come alive at the end of the game if it doesn't mean them actually pulling it across the line. That much needs to be said.
Yeah, I mean, you never want to be the team to dig yourself out of that hole, and they did that. They got themselves out of a massive deficit just to kind of fall short at the finish line. I think that was more than anything Aurora or rather Illuminar, figuring out why exactly things were going so wrong and finding solutions, playing more confidently versus Aurora Youngblood doing anything massively wrong in that situation. But again, the wake-up call came through in time, and again, Mirage, it kind of paints a picture that with that wake-up call, with the warm-up that we've seen, finally some resistance being put together, maybe that can lean in some more confidence, especially on the T side in which they were so successful on Dust 2. Who's to say they can't replicate that success on the T side of Mirage?
Are our shooters going to be shooting is the question. Mirage about to get underway, and we're going to have to see whether or not the clash of these two is going to come out with an ultimate victory for Illuminar despite a scare on map number one, excuse me, or if we have a little bit more to be seen on the pick of the Youngbloods now, who start on the T side, all things considered, though. A little bit of an uphill battle on the slope, even so.
To find out very quickly as we hop on in. So far, Luminar team that's been winning most of the pistols, so you know, at the moment, looking to keep that up. 2 in that first map. Gonna make it 3 for 3 on another pistol. It's a fast move towards A. Utility on out. Dual Beretta's getting nothing. And they are charging forward, taking space through connector as well. Furlan finally connects his last 2 bullets for both headshots. This changes the picture. Not so straightforward in the way that they try and plant the bomb either. And more damage done, more pain inflicted. They're panicking to try and find safety in this round, but there's no safety whatsoever. All strike in unison. It's gonna be Urks to try and work with a P250 and no armor and very little HP. One shot's all gonna mean the same. Can they steal it? Yes, they can.
Wow, that was a pretty big rebound, I have to say. Like, I thought that was pretty much cut and dry. It didn't even get to a plant at that point, though, Aurora Youngblood. Furlan, he's been pretty reliable on these pistol rounds for the CT side, despite them losing out on some. I think he's actually been pretty important to this team's in general lifespan. A player with a lot of legacy behind him, obviously, too. I've been a big fan of his for a long time now, actually. He's never really made the bump up, unfortunately, you know? Like, it was always just him being the fosterer of talent and things of that nature. But, all good. He caught his bag with WESG in 2018.
Yeah.
He got like 200K off that one. I think he placed in the 2016 one as well. 400K for that.
There you go.
Yeah.
There's the bread.
It's more than almost every major winner at a certain point in time.
Not a bad deal. Been on to this tier 2 in the Polish scene for so very long. It's actually crazy.
I think AGO.
Played for AGO for, what is that, 6 years or so?
Probably on and off, yeah. Played for, most notably, other than that, Kingwin.
Is that just the Polish king one?
Yeah. That was, like, Spiro time.
Right.
Yeah, and then, I'm pretty sure it was, like, close to 6 years, if not more, even. But, yeah, that was a long time. I'm actually a little bit shocked he never got like a call up to a different Polish team or like a sideways Polish team, you know? Because he was like the #1 leader other than say Snacks. Like even the I guess soaked up by Neo and Taz were the other talents, to be fair, so
Yeah.
either way.
And now his talents get soaked up by Team Liquid. Oh. Interesting little underhand flash move. Inside of connector. Just the smallest pillar separates them. And I think Blue-White, as he regains vision, always going to be the one to win in that head-to-head. That he sure will. Man advantage. But heading into this interesting A-side setup, this could be exactly what Illuminar are hoping for.
Turn away. Berlin, you might have just done it. You might have made the call. The lineup is there. Damage exchange, but no kill? What? How is he not able to find that one out? Thankfully, though, Marcos can transition. As, again, mentioned, he was already low. Somebody just needed to put the pin on him, and now Blue-White into the clutch had a kill earlier on, so he should be made known as Marcos drops utility, and Habzia plays aware just the same.
Just felt like Blue-White in a position where he should have been in theory up connector, but was still lurking about towards middle as his teammates traded out towards A main, and I think knew his mistake as soon as there was another player on top ticket. And they've doubled up here. This is a great, reposition. He's so concerned about a flank. Whoa, 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 we're swinging with utility out now, are we? That's a bit of a problem. Blue-White capitalizes on that. Excellent fake onto the bomb tap. Now gets the numbers punched in. Flash and clinical in the clutch. That is brutal from Blue-White. He makes that look easy.
He picks them apart like grapes from the vine. As they can vie with some of their players. Marcos, a valiant attempt and a good switch of the crosshair. Man, I actually can't believe how wide he had went alone. Was in no position to go for any sort of a trade, and the swing to the right, just all the better. Really well done. Interesting concept there in the clutch there, too, to drop that flash in the fashion he did, and then swing the opposite side of the box. At the very least, he gains vision onto whether or not the CT is crossed, so cool concept and well executed.
Just what they need. A clutch to start off this map. Maybe lift off on their T side a lot earlier than what had happened on that T side of Dust 2. The opposition claimed 12 before they were ever even able to start. That time, too little too late. This time, for the activation. Blue-White with a big clutch, set the momentum. Get the team warmed up and ready to go.
Watch now as the duels unfold and the boost will come into play. Going towards the ladder room with only a pistol can do nothing about it, but Bylani on a moment of individual decision-making takes it upon himself to fight through the con smoke. Eventually peeling away, now made known as one in towards the apartment. They're split even so, the T side. Lixie just trying to isolate a 1 versus 1. He's not going to be offered up that. Not yet. It's going to be the split 1-1-1 for Illuminar, though. They definitely can be plucked. Just gotta be careful with how you do it.
See what that approach is. Crawl out through A main. Marco's forced to play very passive and towards CT spawn without any teammates. And before they even start the idea of a bomb plant, I think they're going to get themselves some deeper control, some better positioning. Now they start to realize that it's on the other side of the map, the move's being made, so the other two are going to join forces. Not quite in time, though. Have too much impact. Without jungle control, this take becomes a challenge. Great angle held from Gurk's, understanding his vulnerabilities. That's enough to probably encourage the save right then and there.
Yeah. It would be a little crazy for them to go at this point. There are many points before. It's not a bad save. It's AK-47 getting closer, though, to the player at the corner. He's going to have to be a little bit cautious. It's all good, though. These openers, very impressive by Laney. Looked like he might have had a movement that could have changed the tide of that round. Fortunately, not going to work out in his favor, though. Tries to save his teammates' lives. Ends up falling short. Does what he can. That's all you can ask of a man, really. Do their best. Give it their all. Oh! And he gave him all the ammo in his gun that he could before he was dead. Ilani gets that much. Marcos with the other rifle save, now looking to be a little more successful. He's over to the other bomb site where Kadziu might have the drop on a player or two if he goes unchecked, but I doubt that'll be the case. Blixie typically not going to be letting that one up.
Yeah, in fact, hard clears it. Puts himself in a position where he can chop that fight up. These. That is certainly what he will do. Marcos has 2 targets that are a bit low, that maybe he can have an advantage in the head-to-head. But still so much more around it. The one silver lining, this is a B-side stack. They're walking into this. The bad part is they're walking into just USPs. There's finally Marcos. He does have the A1S. And he changes that picture very quickly. 5v2 spirals. Now a 2v2 situation. PHR! Double tap onto Bilby. It's now just on PHR here. Needs one more headshot up against the AK. And Blixie looking to give him a run. It's just not the right tool for the job. Not the weaponry enough to close out. So Blixie bails him out from losing a disaster of a round. But again, just still figuring out a way to survive on this D side with another clutch.
Rainy day in mid as Aurora Youngblood rained through up towards Cat's side. Flip of the mouse towards the Cat. Can't quite refrag though. The con kill might have been a success. Everything to follow, not so much. Needing now a masterclass from 2. Rix and Vilby. Marcos having been let low. Not going to be a target for them anytime soon, but the jumping Kadziu found, and that's a start to what could have been something huge, and now Vilby's got to hightail it over and around.
Uh-oh. Just HG there. Marcos stuck in between the Molotov, but his teammate just flies up catwalk. Verlin, again, throwing caution to the wind in this sort of situation, but for good reason. Stops the bomb from going down, makes Bilby's job that much more difficult. He gets out of window, though. Verlin, his feet spotted before he can actually take the duel. Flank for Mulaney to secure it. That's all that matters in the end. If they secure this round, move forward successfully. Because now they have, again, because of the nature of how close some of those rounds have been in the past, because of how much damage they've done with USPs and a saved rifle, the money's immediately shook. Go for a force by those. So big investment from this T side.
Nade in. Gonna land right on them. they're gonna accelerate. Will have been heard well enough. Perlin holds it down, blinded, gains his vision back, gets his kills, and keeps himself in standing, although he's low. Can really rely on the rest of the team to do the heavy lifting from then on, not to lose the body, and he'll hide. The rest will get it done.
Force bike. I mean, gets punished without too many troubles. No massive concern there. Luminar reclaim themselves a lead and get a chance to even seal it further. And themselves some stability on the CT side, gonna make their job and trying to close this out in a 2-0 fashion. That much more straightforward. You know that's their goal, but that might put some points in the road. Crazy headshot to start things off, and a quick 4v5. You know, starts like that are how these sort of rounds get lost. There you have another one. Trying to compensate for aggression, compensate for the 4v5. Everyone goes on a solo adventure. And it becomes a disaster. The T side storms their way through that one, and it is so comfortably pulled back.
That's the way you like to see it done. With those opening picks, at the very least, the Roy Youngblood getting really everything that they need in order to just close out the round from then onwards, but even so, 4-4 will go. Thanks to some heroics, they've gotten themselves money enough for an op. Grick's going to be thanking them for it. Also contributing towards that goal himself. A unified effort now in a tight map, tight enough to where Luminar can drag across a round or two more. I feel like there's discussion to be made for them to maybe take this pick, but as of right now, it's been a little bit better of a look from the Youngbloods, I will say. I feel like their T-side reactions and their off-spawn calls and adaptations have been pretty impressive. Getting into forward positions, they haven't really needed to do all that much. It's really just a phase of getting map control, holding it, and then executing from all the information that they have. But right now, 2 players pushed into Palace from Illuminar is massive.
A powerful position. Not without summon return, though, for the side of Roy Youngblood and Connector. And wow, this is going to be unbelievable read. And Blue-White strikes out the back of it. They just wait for the round to fall into their hands. They don't expect this amount of presence. I couldn't blame them. There's so much more. Another player still under balcony. Waiting for his chance to strike. Waiting for a chance to deny the bomb plant. Finally he does. Gets away with one. He's out into the wide open, though. And can't get anything more for his troubles. Roy Youngblood come collapsing down upon this A bomb site. I mean, a round that felt signed, sealed, and delivered when you have that Palace push in there flooding in towards you. You have still so much more resistance, but they want the whole cake right there. And no longer is this half comfortable.
Running it
Could have
through.
been.
Yeah, being comfortable is something that's long gone at this point, I feel like. Nice knife. Nice glove combo. Ooh. Get a little bit of a breather where you can pay attention to the finer things in life. I think it was the player 4. It'd be Kadzio. I think it was Kadzio. He was at Van. Yeah, this guy.
Bring the knife out, man. Come
Pull
on.
your knife again. Come on. See, like in the light, the purple shines. It was shining off the knife too, but I don't think he's gonna show it to us again.
So going for the full purple inventory?
Yeah, the purple loadout. That's a cool one. That's a unique one. I don't know anybody with that. I was going for an orange inventory at a point in time. That was fun.
Cool idea.
Yeah.
I've got the default inventory right now.
Ooh.
Skins game is weak.
Nice. Let's see Paul Allen's card.
Wow, and now I'm getting roasted by production too.
No, I think he's agreeing with you. I
Just
think he's
like,
saying
yeah,
that his skin game
You
is
don't
down
have the
too.
inventory as well?
Yeah, I don't have the inventory very often. I'm chilling with what I have currently and just trying to coast without getting too hungry or selling out. But speaking of selling out, Hellcase. You can go onto their website. Giveaway. It's $400 plus. It's pretty good. Still running up until the 13th. You got 5 more days to do so. Why not go check it out? Actually, dinked up his ability may be able to be taken down. That's a pretty decent kill if they can. Not yet, though. Spams in. Headshots collected upon eventually. One more bullet to do, and they've gotten a pair of kills. Nice! For what was a full bomb site stack and a save. Maybe the AK if he can get across the door. Not quite.
Not gonna be afforded that luxury. Too much damage done. And, yeah, another pause gonna be called from Luminar. Trying to plant their feet in this one. I know it's an easy task up against this squad, though. Not this time around. That Deagle round gonna be one that they'll want to forget as time goes on. But closing things out with a couple extra could be good. See if that's afforded to them. Gotta make it work in this round here, really. Otherwise, what was done to Aurora Youngblood in that first map could be done to Illuminar, another 8-4 scoreline in the picture.
Rick's not feeling all too good, not feeling all too healthy. Will now be probably relegated to letting his teammates do a majority of the cooking. Blue-White has to swing out wide, thanks to the molly. He had no smoke. He had no teammates nearby to help out. He had to dip out of danger and does so well enough to keep himself in good standing and good health, and that's priority numero uno in a round like this. Does so pretty successfully. He looks pretty good. Still going to be the A-site pop, though. Not really working out all too well yet, as they're losing bodies, dropping like flies, even still Illuminar with only one up. They have to go back into the retake with only one smoke.
That's great HE, good line. Spam's good as well, but the Molotov heads, no, actually not forced out. I thought that was actually landing at the bottom of the stairs. It's towards the top, though. That's the new guy in the block for Aurora Youngblood, looking to seal the round, and double swing is way too powerful. Luminar eager to tie up the remainder of this half, and one step closer to doing so. AK's recovered, recovered for Furlan. And it is going to be a 5-6 scoreline, and we'll see, again, one last gun round here for both squads before we head into that next half.
Can I get an encore? Do you want more? Oh. Production just exposed his ass.
Right through the legs, or what?
Yeah.
What happened there?
I think so. Thank you, CS2 hitboxes, for being somewhat accurate at times. Thank you.
Yeah, not bad.
Thank you.
Round of applause. Shout out CS2.
You gotta hit those, frankly, you know?
Gotta
Can't
hit
blame the
those.
game. That's pretty cool movement, jumping out the window side there, flowing out into underpass and dropping the smoke at the feet, even blind, but not gonna work out. Blue-White reads it. Might have seen him, I guess. I don't know.
There we go, Blue-White. I mean, he's just been a menace up connector. He's been putting this one in his pocket, feels like. And Belaney ticks in the molly. And another one gets sent his way. Have fun playing in Palace. Furlan gonna give it a go from CT spawn. He doesn't have a kit on Furlan. That's gonna be dropped in Palace instead. Furlan's not long for this world either. A very flawless way to close out And one more round in which we see Blue Light in his strength in the position of this map. So comfortable working up connector and finding himself, you know, massive amounts of success.
Speedy in decision making, trying to get ahead of the game were Illuminar, but they couldn't do it. They just couldn't. Good ideas. Couldn't quite put them out as deeply as they wanted to. And in the half, as it closes, 2-round lead for Aurora Youngblood is pretty good. It's certainly not irrecoverable for the opposition, but considering it is their map pick, you'd have to sing some praises to them in general for getting their goal met, at the very least. That one above and beyond what would have been a tie at the half. Now Marco's so close and personal with Blue-White. Surely he finds at least one here with all these targets.
Gets his one. See if that's all that was required or if he needed a little bit more, because now the execution on this A side is in. And Illuminar hungry for all the pistols. They've got so much fight in the CT spawn angle. The flashes dodge. They're going to walk into this trap. There's too many numbers around the corner. These USPs continue to crack through. Bomb not to be planted. They're not super interested in planting this bomb.
Whoa!
They want to win it through elimination, and that's exactly what they do. Strengthen the numbers for Illuminar as they fly through into that round.
You know what I like to see? The fact that the bomb planter gets off of it in order to support the CT side duels. They just swing it in deep as they'd like. And they crush the opposition in that moment, in which that could have been a 1 versus 2 effectively for the CT swinger, and the planter could have at least even been found if they get caught astray. But not to be. Unified once more. Back together once again and making sure that these rounds are as locked in as they can be, and KadzU playing patiently. Flashbang goes inside of the ramp, and hearing all these bodies and numbers and sheer of them, found only the one, and Nickel dinked up, bomb spotted. They need to get out of there.
And spray down. In order they do escape.
PHR.
AK is going to be probably on an attempted save. Not a lot of HP, Mac 10. One bullet would have done the trick, but PHR. Some acrobatics. He's looking to maybe stand his ground. PHR might be interested in hunting down this AK, making himself a bit of an upgrade. He's riding through Palace. This might just be the move that makes this kill happen, seals it. Ends this round a little bit early. That bomb is slowly taken away, but $600 in the bank account, PHR. In addition to the AK.
Oh yeah.
Not too bad.
It's really good. Seven all, guns out. Not the greatest purchase of what they would have liked to have with the Galil on KadzU, but it's still a majority of their utility, like 2 or 3 pieces missing. Not the end of the world. Even so, they're gonna have to show some real grit. They know he's stuck in that corner. They're gonna go and fight him out. The flash, though, might have just saved him. Still stuck there, hasn't left. One up high, eventually found, and nobody else able to refrag or help out. Underpass unsuccessful. It's a collapse in mid from only 2 players. How they could have expected that to have panned out, I don't know, but everything else falls accordingly to plan for the Aurora Youngblood squad. That was as over. It was as over as quickly as it began.
Marcos gives a bit of a go, almost a bomb plant. All that not gonna matter. Or Youngblood still locking themselves in another one. I'll see what can be done. Illuminar in their next effort. They've got the half buy of sorts. try this A play again, and with the quickness, okay, that's not gonna help any. HE to meet them on the inbound, but a great opening for PHR to overcome some of the initial resistance, and they still cracked through. It was perfect counter utility, but the entry's not yet there. Bomb gonna be planted. They're sticking in the digits, and they want to flash themselves through that smoke. Instead, they walk into the HE, exposed over in the round. And now charging forward, Marcos holds his ground. Belaney with another one. PHR and Belaney, the ones that started it all off, now need to close. Versus Blixie in the 1v2. Another clutch. As Aurora Youngblood have already wielded a couple of those. They're not going to give it another go. Not in the CT side. And Illuminar, incredible to fight through this round all the way through. I mean, just had so little going when they eat that HE and run through a Molotov, but in doing so with conviction, they make it happen.
Terrorists win.
Hey man, if you do anything together, it'll be better than doing two different things separately. If you could have two good ideas that are different, you do them separate. It just doesn't work. But if you do the wrong thing together, sometimes it works out. That's one of my coaching and IGLing philosophies. If you're gonna make the wrong decision, then make the wrong decision together.
100%. Everyone has to be on the same page. I mean, I'm right there with you. That bad call of running through a Molotov becomes a good one if you're still running through Spokes and Palace and you're running out.
Yep.
The fire and the flames. Ignore it.
Pain is a what's the word? Pain is a mindset. Is that what you said the other day? I don't remember if it was you or Vincent. Pain is just a mindset. Don't have it hurt. Oh, that hurts! One AK saved, and it's an absolute and utter annihilation of the mid-hold. Blixie has it, runs up alone, looking to do more. Instead, he's separated from the pack and really become a detriment to their abilities to win out on this round, potentially shooting one in the back of the head, though, grants another rifle.
Still, I mean, such good firepower against it. Not a bad idea in the beginning stages of that round. I love a good mid-crunch. But Luminar had that next piece in the flowchart, fast out B. Sacrificing a couple players might be a little bit frustrating, but
I'd like to see an Exner flowchart.
force buy until you win. That's my flowchart.
Have money? No. Buy. Have money? Yes. Buy.
I mean, you can technically profit buying a Deagle and Body Kevlar. As long as you stack up that loss bonus.
Stack that paper.
Or,
Right on
get
12
this,
inch
you
chrome.
win.
Or that, yeah. There's the
Those are
utility.
good flashes.
Well, I like that, actually. That's a really cool setup for a multitude of them. Laney caught off. The rest of the team should be good enough here to trade. They're on a swivel, and Grix fighting through a smoke would be haphazard, and with the off especially. But Vilby, he's going to be a little bit better for it. Now they've got to be a little bit cautious and careful, aware of where he could be playing from. Flash inside the smoke, found by PHR. Echo located, really, and Blixie last, known to be shooting from jungle side. Discovered and killed! A 1v2, and PHR didn't even spot the first player, but he sure as hell spots Blixie. That's 10.
Yeah.
Oh, they're broken out, too.
I just think Illuminar getting away with such effective off-spawn calls. I mean, you mentioned the scaling flashes. Look at where they are. There's not even, like, a lot of utility down, and they're pressed in towards jungle, pressing the issue. And it does come down to a little bit of heroics, but there's conviction in every last call for Illuminar on this T side. And it's giving them so much room. Room to recover. Room to place their faith in these calls. Trust in the leadership. And that might just be what puts this team back onto the map once again. Back into a more likely playoff position for this squad. Some tough competition still operating in the Swiss stage, but 2-0 is a dream.
This is good. I like to see that, like, teams where they know they're probably playing up against a buy that isn't very plentiful and skimp out on their utility. That kind of gets under my skin. But Furlan is a little more disciplined in which he has regimented the team to not cut corners, you know? And I'm very happy to see that. That's the difference between a green IGL, green meaning rookie or new, and an IGL who's seen rounds crumble and collapse based off of one unchecked corner. But that's not a corner clearing issue. That is a skill issue. He just got absolutely dumpstered by the deep side market. Katesyu's done. There's 5v4 with a flank on the way, but PHR's got hold of it.
Bit risky. The 2v2, there's still a lot of time left on the clock. Not completely out of things, it's just, again, good positioning coming through. The clutch, now there is no more time. There's no more CTs to fight up against it. Not a bad damage done. Forcing a lot of reinvestments. Kind of a goal here for Aurora Youngblood. Maybe, again, putting themselves in a position where they have to come back in this map as opposed to maintain their lead. Now the big question is, has Illuminar picked up a little bit too much steam here?
Yeah,
the pickups
definitely.
are coming out.
Yeah, I think some loss for Kazu. Just word in from Prod. Brother doesn't
Okay.
want to be playing to close out a game where he's experiencing issues and then eventually reliving the same nightmare that was the end of Dust 2. That would be no fun. No fun for anyone. 3-round gap, though. Not the worst thing in the world, but losing this round pretty much spells it out for you. It's alphabet soup. You just stuck your soup into the, or your spoon into the bowl and pulled out the word loss. You don't want that on your record in CCT right now. 1-0 up, obviously not the worst thing in the world to be losing out, but a great victory and a very big leg up, as we were talking about in our previous best of 3, to be able to take it over the line and send yourself with a lot of chances to make it into playoffs, but also potentially find yourself a little bit of a break between the spot of playoffs and going 3-0 or 3-1, for example. Like a whole extra day or 2, in many instances, maybe even 3.
Yeah. Time to prepare yourself as well. Maybe not for the matchups, but get some time to actually innovate. Can be something difficult when you're constantly playing officials.
Or relax, even.
No, no relaxing here.
Okay.
Counter-Strike every day.
Okay.
You get a break when you win.
What's that, what's that meme where it's like, Grandpa, I'm hungry or whatever? She's like, I'm tired. And he's like, that's too damn bad.
That's me.
It's literally
That's,
you.
that's the tier 2 online circuit, really, more than anything.
Yeah.
I
Here
didn't
they
make it.
go, with a minute left, a man down. It's a hard ask, Exner, it really is, especially considering there's fast rotations available to them with Blue-White in the window, eventually make his way over. They've got onto the balcony a play for McHughes to be set up for, and they'll be the one to set it on.
Again, it's all about this conviction. We'll see if they can do it for one more time. Execution looks great, but counter utility this time all the more effective with that man advantage as well. He'll be still kicking around in the site, still being a nuisance. Blue-White surfaces past that smoke for another one. And PHR not going to have himself any more fun in this one. Job should be done. Aurora Youngblood do enough to offer up the resistance. This time on this A side, finally able to hold strong, which hasn't always been the case for this squad. They've been struggling when the executes have been faced. But able to pass the test, which is a big relief here. I mean, that's what Aurora Youngblood needed. They needed to hold this A bomb site.
PHR holds on to his skin and the clothes on his back. No money afforded to you this time around. Rest of the crew also not that wealthy. Could take a break here, but I'm not entirely sure. Tactical timeout. Luminar do have some discussing to do. Rush B. That's what I would be saying to them.
No stop.
Yet. Can I say that? Production's
Third guy
got
smoked
it.
the
He's
molly.
got the idea.
That's
He's
the
got the whole strat, yeah. Third guy smoke molly.
I
pop out.
always go second guy smoke the molly.
I think that might be innovative. Third guy smoked the molly on.
Yeah, but
on
it might be cooking. Think about it, because the second guy's supposed to trade. He doesn't want the utility out.
Exactly.
So that, yeah, he dies. Second guy trades.
Mhm.
Third guy smokes the molly. Bang.
Fourth guy kills other guy. Fifth guy kills other guy. Round 1.
Shout out to the first guy.
Holy crap! We're like Glaive, Sonic, and Kerrigan right now at the table. This is crazy.
Well, those guys are doing pretty well.
True. Well, maybe not that well. Fortunately, we're going neck and neck with ultimate attacks right now if we're Sonic. It's all good. They should be able to handle that one. Just got their 12th round. But in this one, looking to secure their 12th round or Luminar. That would be a godsend, a blessing, a buy here. AKs across 2, a Galil afforded to Bailani, and that's going to be all that she wrote in that regard. Pistols pulled. Can they do something with those? Can they make something happen? A miracle out of nothing. They definitely need it more than ever now. And in the smoke,
Wow.
spam in. Bailani's got him.
How did he track that one? That's insane. What a steal right there on the kill. To open things up. And a fast move out of A main. It's a Deagle taken care of. Furlan himself into the Wolves and Blue-White. A powerhouse in connector has once again been able to strike and get out of dodge. So much impact. Bailani still operating in Palace. Even more impact. Bailani has been a monster on the entry. And now just needing 2 more. DHR left into another big clutch. He finds a couple of those first kills. Now looking for that last headshot until he is finally with the rest. Vilby will make good on his teammate's promise. Deliver in the clutch in rotation. Double digits landed by Aurora Youngblood, but more importantly, they have a golden opportunity to seal a tie.
No bomb plant there is rough. It's a scene where they kind of have to just give up this round right now. Which is fine, I guess. It's a game of cat and mouse in terms of chasing back the money opportunities, leaving them to reinvest on 4 players time and time again. If they can get a kill or 2 here, that'd be job done for me. I love spamming that stupid wall. Getting a kill through that is the most satisfying. I like how Blixie chases them through the apartments, though, knowing they might likely have fallen back.
And just hunted down these sweet, sweet ecos. Chance to farm them up. We'll go to the distance once more in this map. Didn't expect it in the last map. This, I honestly didn't expect it too much in this map either. I thought Aurora Youngblood were going to take a lot more control on the CT side, have it a little bit more comfortable. Instead, not so easy for them. Well, at the very least, they have avoided themselves, giving over map and series point in this case to the likes of Illuminar. So that's a good sign.
Step 1 of this round is going to be bomb plant. They need that win or lose. They need that in order to keep their money in good standings. Whether or not they have 2 or 1 guy left alive at the end, to follow that, they need the round win. In that order, there's no chance really for them if they don't get that C4 down. Bilby's in an awkward spot, a place in which needs to be flushed, hard cleared. Positionally advantageous right now. Our Aurora Youngblood. Will it go check? It will, by Furlan. Doesn't find the kill. Palace player can't adjust, and blinded is the player in front. It's Vilby for 3. In a moment where they needed him most, they look to send this to a 3rd map, and he rises to the occasion. An absolute blunder from Illuminar.
A bloodbath from one position, from one man alone, with some counter utility from Blue-White to help and support. It's going to do enough to do the trick. Map point going to be gathered. And at the best of scenarios, we're going to see, I mean, 3rd map for Aurora Youngblood. At the worst case for them, it's going to be overtime locked in. And not really team that you would like to take up against overtime, but finally finding solutions. I think late into the game, we're seeing more depth out of Aurora Youngblood as time goes on in this map, as we kind of expect. Again, picking into this map, you anticipate that the player book, it runs deep, and it does. That's what we're seeing right now.
See what this loss bonus is getting netted them near nothing. Like,
Yeah.
it's so hard to try and make a round out of this. You have to imagine that B or a very, very slow mid with underpass presence to go up with SMGs or pistols first and foremost from Illuminar has to be the game plan, right? Like, they're not going to be bombing out A with minimal utility for a post plant and pistols to do it. Surely. Surely. Oh my god.
Call me Shirley.
Don't call me Shirley. Please.
There might just be one last attempt at what has worked so well for them in the past. This constant pressure towards the A side, disrupted by some awkward utility, but there's some excellent flashes, and it might just give them the space. Entrance on in towards the site, 3 kills on the inbound, and it looks like 4th could be counted. There's no escape of the upper, unless he fought his way through one more kill. He lands the tag onto Furlan. Marcos catching him inside the smoke. He will, certainly.
Again.
No funny business here. Illuminar, they continue to test that A-bomb site over and over again. They trust in it, they live on it, and they die on it. But in this case, they're able to thrive.
They shut me up right and good. The first flashbang, I think, hits his back and misses. I think it was done from then onwards,
I thought
to be
so
honest.
too, honestly.
with you, but they continue to bomb and rain them out. One after another, after another, after another. Pop after pop, and Furlan gets up in their face. 2 players at Con blinded up, can't do a thing to stop it. Here goes nothing. In overtime, another chance. No up right now for Marcos. Instead, he'd like to go for the AWP.
Getting bumping. We're getting bumping. They're gonna try this A-side again. Flashing constantly. These A-side plays. How resilient can you be? Aurora Youngblood testing the waters here over and over again. You've got to hold the line. Tested every round. Pass and fail. And this time, it looks like it might be a little bit more challenging. Another kill coming through from Kadzu to secure the 3v1. Maybe to secure the round. Blue-white just made this one a little bit more doable with a kill like that. She picked up some extra utility in the meantime. And oh my god! Whoa! Whoa! Whoa, what's
Swing,
going on here?
Marcos, swing!
PHR boxed in. Marcos looking to support him. Utility tossed on in. He's waiting for his time to strike. He has the side turned. That is dicey at best. Overextension. After overextension from Illuminar nearly cost him, but Marcos is there to seal the deal in the end.
Alright. I don't blame the reposition to the bench there. I think that it's definitely unexpected that the CT player had hightailed it over that fast and a movement towards connector. Good to stay alive for as long as he did, though. And no swing from Marcos. I guess that really does just give off the illusion that he's playing towards the ramp or palace, not really able to get close enough, and Marcos stays hidden. To his advantage, 1 round up now, Illuminar to theirs. This is AK-47s galore once more. Grix not really having been given a whole hell of a lot of opportunity. Locked out a majority of these rounds, and when he is taking duels, they're shotgun off kinds of fights. Maybe that's where this changes.
Let's see. Flashbang. Oh, catches Gerks are gonna continue to challenge this A side. I haven't gotten much interest in going anywhere else but A. Almost ever. And maybe for a good reason. They still are figuring out ways to win on this side of the map. Gerks op, though, could prove to be a challenge. Too much to task. And they have hit a stall.
One flash.
Break in the aggression. HEs continue to rain down as Kadzu finds a couple. Marcos now left into another clutch. This time a 2v1 though, and challenged forward. They've run out of utility. Can't make it into the site. And for that, Aurora Youngblood bite back.
So many targets in one lane. They can't pick one. They swing onto 3 of them on the bottom side, on the floor. They find the offer, but the other 2 ready and waiting to hold down that trigger and figure out the rest. From then on. Oh, Grix gets close, gets a little bit spooky at the front side of A main with this op. We haven't seen him do a whole lot of aggression recently, honestly. Will Ferlin get them on their incursion? McHughes has got to be careful. The toes are which Ferlin is looking for now.
This sort of position. Utility going to be tossed on him, but this A ramp setup, unless they challenge it, it's not going to budge and not going to fake things out. And there you go. Instantly, Gurks fires up with an opening duel. Now it comes down to the question of how early do they rotate. There's no need to rotate when you're finding success like this on the initial defense. Still planting their feet on this B side. Belixi finally gets some love on his bomb site. And when he does, he succeeds. Beautiful. And so stone cold. Gurks to step up to the plate here in the final round of the first OT and makes it easy for the rest of his teammates.
Easy peasy. Very nice setup. Bricks getting activated. Snapping back into this best of 3. On map 2 now. Once again rising to the occasion where it might have taken a while to get there, but better late than never as he finds 18-18. 1 round back up. The Aurora Youngblood team now on the offensive. Flipping it over in a triple up setup. For what the hell? By Elaney, Ferlin, and Marcos. Pulling it out. The big greens. They don't give a dang about their economy. They're going to throw caution to the wind and try and get these picks. CT Incendiary be like. T-side Molly be like. CT Incendiary be like.
Back and forth. It's usually that T-side Molly to win out, but what an angle. PHR avoids the op scope and collects onto a sneaky T, trying to get his way forward. Marcos caught snoozing. Not time for a nap right here, and PHR in the same boat. Equal result. Still no end goal in mind here just yet. It looks like it's shaping up to be in towards this B side, but as you lose Vilby, now it's not so straightforward. They try and charge it through. This is all being heard though. Great flashes, but an HG that doesn't care about flashes, doesn't care about utility, as well as Blaney with the AWP.
How many offs you guys got there saying?
Yeah, they just keep running into him over and over again. And that's what seals it. Blaney to the close. And all those AWPs eventually do succeed. Ain't that Mirage?
Oh, but his. Marcos is the primary helper of the team. Smoke to be blown, but there's actually not enough room or vision on the other end of it. Now just trying to walk it up through connector, this T side, with a lot of that space to do so. I think that Illumina are going to have to be on their toes, but Blue White actually maybe wants to get out of connector, or at least keep them wondering what's going on before the rest of the crew are ready and prepared to execute. Trying to systematically take down these Ts one after another. Working well enough, and even stuck with an op at Sandwich.
Wow.
What in God's name is that?
Oh boy, got caught off guard. That HE could seal another kill. Not quite, not just yet. Op, or rather bomb, I should say, about to be recovered. What I thought was going to be an impossible round up against the tertiary op of Belaney becomes a lot more doable. Molotov to flush out another. How do they try and figure out a way to plant the bomb? That's going to be difficult with a player watching you from catwalk. And Vilby left into another clutch. Picks up an op to do it. Not a lot of time left to plant in the digits. He's going to start to stick it on in. Erlin charging forward up connector. Reroutes with the AK now instead. And we'll see how he plays this one. Quick first duel. And Ferlin so far removed. Picks up the AK now, but is already allowed for a reposition. A good one at that. That Molotov not going to catch because it's a CT molly. And Ferlin running out of time to let this one slide. He's not sure of where he's positioned. Vilby playing on top of the boxes. Catches him. What? Ferlin somehow echolocates that kill. And it's going to be Illuminar with one shot here in overtime to lock it down.
See-through vision for the captain. Absolutely remarkable on the snap. The smoke not cover enough for Vilby. A valiant attempt. 3 kills required, and look at that. Oh, if there was ever a time. If you needed your captain most. Holy moly. I'm getting a little hot from having watched that. 2 ops even still by Laney and Marcos. And by Laney having actually to wait out the nades towards Khan. I think they threw 4.
And he just sits with his knife out in the middle of mid, ignoring it all. Lucky to be alive, but playing it well to dodge. Laney might get his chance to strike with this op again. He has been a powerhouse. Fighting his way through these rounds. Wow, Marcos making a bold move, jumping into the duel with that AWP to no avail. They'll give over the equalizer. Blaney working hard with his, but Marcos hasn't been able to field that same success. Belixi, again, he's been good on this clear. Kadzu's just so far in the open, so isolated, but Blaney is fighting hard to keep this one in winning ways. They've lost the B site control though.
EHR is the only one who can have a massive difference in this one, unless the ops hit some stunners, some bangers. Ferlin's op will be smoked off, but oh, there is a flank. Nade in. Grix is now low, but he's got the op even so. One shot is all that it'll take, and if he takes down PHR, that is the perfect piece. I think that they're actually going to be utilizing utility from the apps player walking it out. Hold on. Vilby might have just played himself.
Ferlin, nothing out of it. And PHR's too slow on the inbound. And he's knocked out. It's going to be on Blaney in a 1v3. Could do it, but not quite. Gurks to put it into the madness. And Aurora Youngblood survive.
Yippee. This is a 15-15 score. We recreate some of the same shenanigans seen earlier today. We don't stop at OT. Oh no, sir, this train is not a one-way. This is a round trip. We're going another 26, or 24, excuse me. Why not? Let's go the whole distance. A little bit of a dangerous peek there from Grix being on 12 HP, though. I have to say, his teammate at the van tucked in, lost, and made known because he killed his apartment's player in PHR. So, all's well that ends well, but even still, 15-15, tack timeout. Aurora Youngblood before we finish this one off using the last of theirs to ensure victory. Not bad.
Not bad at all. What a way to survive. Wild sequence taking place in the final round of overtime. Still kicking. And Blaney has, I mean, he's just been the best offer in the server, hasn't he? That trend will continue, but it's going to be a sour surprise right around the corner as Vilby catches a gap. There's nobody watching middle. And that creates chaos. No longer that advantage. No longer anything to smile about. Bomb's going to be planted. The fire will not spread. Ferlin maybe can make some magic happen in this position. Spotted and dealt with, though. The breakdown comes through late into the game here for Luminar. Some communication details not nailed down. It could cost him this round, but it could be recovered. Marcos with his op has found 2 in the attempt. Has to maybe find even more. Both players tucked in towards CT spawn, unknown. They've got to give it a go. Smoke on top of the bomb's going to help out. Tap for it as well. The HE could find the kill, though. It just will. It just will secure the frag, and it needed to be 2 from Kadzu. And that's not going to be Aurora Youngblood reclaim a lead.
Could have been something special. That HE plays a huge part in that. Low on HP if Marcos isn't. He kind of can just get on the bomb there and afford a wide swing from his brother in arms. Not to be, though, and Marcos is given over rights back to the sniper rifle, but needing to prove he deserves it right now, because as you mentioned, it's Filani finding most success, if not all, but they're running it down. He gets a rifle, and he gets good off of it. Off or no off, it's fine. Burning out in the middle of nowhere. Holy blind for a land. Eventually
What?
found, but what? Yeah, what?
He's just not reacting to the op. I don't know what
Doesn't
happened
know
there.
where he is, I guess.
Maybe he got lost with all those flashes being tossed in and playing a wild game right now. Oh my god. Oh god.
Oh my gosh.
It has
Brutal.
devolved into madness, and Illumina are running out of steam as they head into this late stage. It looks like Aurora Youngblood thriving in it, in the chaos. And now a 1v3 for Kadzu. Oh, they got backs turned again. There's just a severe lack of communication, lack of understanding of where these players could be, and Kadzu abuses it, threads that needle perfectly. Lixi's just cleared out this market side, and he's gonna go for the repeat on the angle. He will catch the side turned. That'll cut it. Here's the, I mean, again, just pure chaos taking place towards middle. I don't know, Furlan maybe thinking that was his teammate, something along those lines, but his op shot's not reacted to. Frustration set again for Illuminar. And Belaney putting pressure on his shoulders with the op. Aggressive duel, he's done it again. How does he keep doing it? So good with the AWP, now Marcos strikes in unison. They're gonna give it back though, and a 1-2 peek from Marcos and Belaney, both the ops just tearing through the offense. I mean, incredible. Finally, some resistance. Good flashbang, good wide swing. Marcos caught to the same fate, playing on this odd off angle. Goes out for a peek, both are blinded, and the line up! Blixie turns for another, oh my god! They don't know what hit them. And that's some of that young gun aim that could just seal in a sweep. They had it all going for them, a 5v2. It collapses to the breaking point. CT clear, and it's not going to be A, no. That B side is where they head. Oh my god.
I haven't. Yeah. All good. Right now for Aurora Youngblood. Just gonna be a Kadzu walk up into between 2 lines of sight. I doubt anything is gonna come of this. He's got a kit and a smoke, but like, even still, it's just two lines in which they can fire down, and he's got no idea that this apartment's player. And he spots him before the smoke even blooms. That's 18. That's 3 chances now to close out and send us to a third.
Just about do it. Sweeping things up here for Aurora Youngblood, ready to take it to a third map. I don't know how much more they can really do. Luminar set themselves up for success in so many of these rounds, just to piece by piece have a bit of a breakdown. And fielding that pressure. We're gonna see if they can withstand it. Tumble Up's brought out here in the meantime for Aurora Youngblood. They've watched the success up against them.
3 of them. Well, of course, only 2 of them having actually done much of anything, unfortunately. But even so. We go again. Flash in. Apartments loud. Very much so from Kadzio. Could be just like being the illusion of a fake and then just re-executing entirely. And no one really biting on much of anything across the map from Aurora Youngblood, considering that they've got one pressed up all the way into the Palace in Vilby. Top score player tied with Blixie now. Not even anyone holding mid.
Use that to their advantage here. They're so used to all these A plays that they're stacking 3 players on this side of the map. It's a whole new half of overtime. Whole new direction. Flashbang avoided. Blue-white doing more damage. He has been playing incredibly well. He traded by Marcos with the bomb down on Catwalk. They're losing numbers. They've got to go towards his B side. There's not an option to go A. They've recovered the bomb. And maybe that'll encourage them further, but no, they're gonna try their luck at 8. It's just in between. And it's gonna be the timer that ends up ending this round.
Ooh.
Or the Molotov. Whatever way, the clock's gonna do it. You can't beat it. Aurora Youngblood finding their way onto 19 at the tail end. They complete the mission with a sweep on their T side and just one easy round to sink it on in.
Yeah.
Again, we get that 3rd map.
We got Ancient. It's very, very awkward how these maps end up ending 2 in a row now. That are kind of curious as to the actual states of both of these teams and how they are going to be looking in the series as a stretch. But I guess more of the same will have to be a pattern either broken or kept into Ancient, because that's a map where I think you can't really be affording to make even nearly as many mistakes, or at letting it go as many rounds as you do in this manner as you do a Dust 2 or a Mirage. No, you can't. It's way different in that regard.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw big breakdowns and Illuminar as things got laid down into it. I think just couldn't quite find a way to seal it with those advantages, and that's obviously a massive liability. When you have those advantages, you got to capitalize, and I think that's what cost them in the end. That being said, we're going to be tossing this to a quick break, and once we do come back, we got map number 3 for you.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
And welcome back, everybody. We're going to be hopping on in to our deciding map of the day. One more map to determine who's going to be closing out the series, moving on up to 2-0, or moving forward into that 1-on-1 bracket here. And obviously, again, the strength being shown from Roy Youngblood to just hang in these maps. They've been fighting hard for them and getting themselves to a position in which they can get back into this now in this decider. As you had mentioned, you can't afford for those same mistakes here on Ancient. You got to be playing in your prime. We'll see if they're able to do that much here in this decider.
Banging it out towards B, baby. One pair of dual Berettas. I have to make note of how many there are each time, because I feel like every team just gives in to the pair of them. This time, though, they get 2 flashbangs. No kit, though. Prominent is that decision, and I think it might just be something that comes back to bite them, perhaps, unless they snap onto the bomb site prior to the bomb being planted through the smoke. Furlan to held those nades, eventually getting back in and over, waiting for the recuperation, but a boost. And Philby's got to be careful not to expose himself. He's just playing completely tucked onto this pillar right now, and it's perfect.
Holding on the line here. We'll see if they can hold on to this 5v5 post plant. They just charge forward. Conviction on clearing out the back site player, but that's where everyone else gets to strike now. It's up for the Glocks to find the rest of them, and they're just way too tucked, entrenched into the bomb site. That's a hard one to close out. And they will not be able to.
That's interesting post-plant positioning for one to be tucked into the left side wall and then the other behind the box. They can play off of one another, even play bait. Really cool in concept. Might steal that post-plant position where maybe you're only 2 guys in general. That could leave the element of surprise up to you. But off to a hot start are the Youngblood team. They find their map win. Took them a while, even still, pulled it through. 5 through A main. They're going to be absolutely, or 4 through, or 3 through A main. I can't count. It was the number 4 covering up the face of one of the other players, but even still, mid looks like it should be a pretty decent and easy clean, as everyone will fall.
Yeah, no troubles there. Finally going to be the case that a Roy Youngblood get to start off on a half successfully. I don't think they've gotten a pistol in this series up until this point. Which is a bit of a surprise. Usually that's where they thrive.
This is already a very speedy game, it feels like. Those 2 rounds, blink and you miss it. I don't know how you feel, but that was just kind of wild. And already into this one, pace is very fast. Up towards A main and mid. They've already gone away and past the donut spam of Furlan. In between it, Kadziu still aware of the possibility they could have crawled up to the house side too, though. It's going to be hard to break them both. One, not in the lineup, though. Not in the line at all. And, oh, knife out. Blue-white throws away his life.
Yeah, that's a bold move to make. And Furlan just about seals that kill. A little bit dicey. Nearly lets him sneak on by, but won't. Onto the site they go. We'll see what they can make of this. Covering off one of those bases, Philby now left with the MAC-10 solo. Looking to just seal some extra cash for the bomb, but not gonna happen, not gonna be the case. Will be found out.
Shots from the CTs to maintain control. Not letting that spiral out following just one kill. There were so many bodies over focused from B just as well from that first kill transpiring in house. Maybe a little bit of reactivity to be pulled away from Aurora. Now being able to dictate rotates on their own terms in some of these instances. But at least that 1-for-1. Berlin can get away. Shot in the back. Has to reload and gets it off at 16 HP. He's out. He's gone. Oh, lordy lord. So much damage exchanged. And the kills just don't seem to be able to be finished.
On time at least. I'm able to lock that in. Finally, a headshot. That'll do the trick in finishing the job. That's how you gotta get it done. Another one walking right into the angle. Marcos gives the advantage up that they once had. Down to 2 low HP bars. Set up for success at the tail end of this one. And they're gonna find themselves to the bomb site. We'll see if they can get past Berlin. We don't expect him to be here as well, but he doesn't have the health. Had to be instant on all 3 of those, and can't quite do it.
Not quite. 3 for Aurora. A battle throughout the entirety of that round. It felt like it was fate that some players escaped. Were allowed to live, given a second chance at life. Some capitalize on that opportunity given, some don't. Tack timeout from Illuminar now needing to actually cobble together a plan, a game plan for what to buy in. 3 players nearing the $0 mark. Furlan and Kadziu not quite following up. Furlan certainly could. But MP9s, an A1S, and a FAMAS util kind of dry. No head armor on 4 against what is still 3 weapons that aren't one-shot headshot potential as it were. So spelling out a pretty decent odd for Aurora. I think it's really going to come down to the Vilby placement.
Be putting some pressure on with these 4 spies for Illuminar. This is a risky call to make and lead you to down a scary path. And we'll see what they can make of it. Stuck it underneath the crosshair for a short period of time, but can't escape it for too long. So eventually the trades go forward, and they're out towards this A side. Walking through the smoke. Oh, that's great coverage from Gurks. Gets that presence of mind. They're just gonna have to call this one off, I feel like, if they can escape. They're afforded that luxury.
I don't think so. I think Vilby is going to be running it through wherever he can. I don't think he's going to hold on. No, he doesn't have a kit. He might just tap onto this bomb and get them a little scared, but even that would be a little bit too much to ask. He probably wants to hold on to whatever he's got. Gets a frag, gets some cash. Does he get out with his body armor? No, he does not. Falling down the stairs. He's fallen and he can't get up. Furlan the Elder.
And this is going to be Illuminar with the first feeling of being down pretty heavy at the start of a map. That's going to be a new feeling for them. They're not all that familiar with it.
Oh no, AK though saved over. Finally looking to do a little bit of a maneuver with it. This is a big split towards A. A ball back after having found a loss of life on Grix. The gun, I don't think can be retrieved. I can't really tell, but even if it were, they did get it actually. And the shotgun in close range, I thought he would have had much more damage than that. Marcos,
Right.
you might be able to retrieve that other rifle. That'd probably be best case scenario for them. PHR is long gone. Oh. Okay. Oh.
Terrorists win.
We got that, I actually don't know who that artist is. But a remix. Bumping in the back.
Should actually like
Trying
to
to
have a little
power
more
us through this last map.
fun. Yeah.
Giving us the energy.
I wish the actual stream could hear it.
No, they don't get that luxury.
No.
Again, we're the ones with the power here.
Yeah, we tried giving it over. We tried. Don't say
Yep.
we didn't.
We gave you one chance, one
One shot.
opportunity.
You let it slip. Molly to the floor. Hold on. Blinded. Grix takes a shot. Has to get away. Does. But for how much longer will these CTs be given opportunities for
Hello.
tools? The answer, a long time, because Shelf is clean.
Dominant. In this occasion, who's to get him past us? Maybe. Instead, it's gonna be knockdown Cads actually. Is gonna be the one to finish those kills, finish the job. All the way up from Shelf, not only stopping at a singular, but just dismissing every last challenger he was faced up against.
Etienne's releasing a pretzel-scented fragrance. Huh. I'll buy it. Flash high. Peek out from the Shelf once more. The CT's looking to gain that control early on and have done so successfully. The smoke's soon to fade, but they've gotten what they wished for. It's over towards A. They got to be more worried. It's a full walk-in and an available site to them. What? What? Say oops right now.
Oopsie. Happy little accident. Well, maybe one that you just need to get yourself power your way through this round.
Seeing the spams through the smoke with these AK-47s, a chance at a retake looking unlikely in my opinion. Is off being able to just lock them out of an entire avenue of attack and them slowly creeping towards CT spawn, these two players, is not going to instill me with a lot of hope and confidence from Blixie to peek out 20 seconds and they're that deep in that direction. So now here comes the big task of actually connecting. First, not going to hit the mark. Furlan, he might not be that wide exposed, but Grix is. They found him high and low. He'll be able to transfer, and he's got a position hard to adjust onto, and nobody atop of the bomb. It's Marcos to duck and weave away towards B. It's a 6th round. Aurora's T side is absolutely phenomenal right now, going swimmingly.
Ooh! Hold on. Wait a second. We got it bumping.
I'm vibing.
As do
Everybody's just having a good old time out here. Aurora Youngblood especially so. Exner?
yeah, they're having a good old time. Happy with how that last one went. Just, again, gets them right back on track. They not found themselves in a tough spot on this third map, on this decider, taking a lot of that endurance test here in Illuminar and proven if they can do it round by round consistently. And that's a bounce back on that Molotov. That is going to be a bit of a problem as well, walking through the smoke. Blaney, again, always wanted to try and be an opening influence, but becoming the opener, or the opened, I should say. It's good utility damage in return from Furlan at the very least, and oh wow, Furlan actually gets it through the box, or through the wall rather. Marcos as well with the opening duel, so man advantage vaporized.
Trying to win out on these late fights. It's a minute off the clock, just about. We're approaching that mark now, and they've gotten themselves an equalizer, but this timer on the smoke has really left them pondering where Aurora Youngblood could have gone. Towards Shelf, into Cave, back towards A. It's going to be the last, but seen as they're trying to escape and not killed on refrag. Eventually Will and McCusey been able to dodge and weave. Marcos is still towards the A site, though, and this is absolutely unexpected, surely. And no bomb. Not a huge problem, but no HP is the bigger issue, so I think he's going to try and work up some kills before he even goes back to the C4. They're so worried about a potential flank that now as Marcos, McCuse clears out the site, he's going to get a rude awakening when he's back turned, head seen walking down the ramp. It's a save.
Makes a little bit of sense. Hold on to the weaponry. Considering how it started, though, I tell you what, it's very quick to turn things around. This time, man advantage goes sour quickly for Aurora Youngblood. They have it held on to at the early stages, and couldn't quite close out in the end.
This game
Nice
is so
transition.
pretty.
That's another benefit right there. It just looks good.
It does. Cool game. Bring back Train.
I wouldn't mind that. Said earlier, I'm not a big fan of playing it, and usually if I don't like playing it, I don't like watching it.
That's right.
It's like one of those things in my mind. But,
Yeah. Vertigo's in the pool though, so we can.
Train
we
is
can
the
compromise.
exception.
Oh. Oh. Okay.
Double up. Will be into the site, looking to apply some pressure. Should be safe and sound. USB, I should say. Will do the trick in the finishing blow.
That was a buy.
Have it. Oh, was that a full? Oh well, yeah, it was. That was a. We dismissed force.
Never any legs to that one, unfortunately for them, as they try to make a fast-paced play, maybe catch their opponents off guard. Caught red-handed in the act. PHR manhandles them at the cave with a double of his own inside the smoke, no less. Finishes it off with the hat trick. Everybody pulling their weight right now for Luminar. Hopefully, these Deagles don't get too active for Luminar's sake. We've seen them hit some pretty crazy shots, particularly over on Mirage, I remember a good few.
Time for overextensions.
Heck yeah. My favorite.
As we saw, like you said, just one Deagle shot caused so much.
Snowball.
Yeah, everyone after like one Deagle shot in a 4v5 is like, oh, I need to be the one that saves the round. And sometimes it's a risk you just don't want to afford.
Oh, man.
What about a couple Glock headshots and sticking around for a little too long?
Oh. I went from really, really bad and nightmarish scenario to a quick little triple. Players like top 3 players you don't want to let hit a single 1 dig, right? I'll say probably Lecro, at a point in time.
Oh, dude.
At his peak, that's a player you don't want to let get heated
Lecro's
up.
Deagle is so crazy, man.
Top 3 in no order. Lecro, Nico, probably Rain. Think Rain's a guy you don't let get 1-1D. You get kind
Nah.
of scared once he hits that one.
Dude, I think Lecro is setting in a generation of Swedish talent Deagles, man.
True.
Because that guy's Deagle was something special.
Yeah,
That's
we
a
gotta talk
crazy
about
pool.
we gotta talk about like impact of like pistols and things like that. Like rifles and ops and such aside. Eco potential on some of these guys is sometimes one of their biggest strengths. Think about Scandinavia and Sweden in general and being really good with pistols and deagles in particular is crazy.
Yeah, Dennis on the USPs, man.
Heck yeah. I love that.
Generational.
Trust in my deagle now. That was a clip from E-League 2017 for anybody who's new to Counter-Strike or new enough. But right now, KADZU having fallen in this one, last round of the half leaves them a little bit short-handed in Aurora Youngbloods. T-side looking to stretch it to 7, but a lone clear from Blue-White might have given up the game as they're falling it out towards the site itself, and Grix with an AK-47 puts down his oppressor. Continues to fire ahead, now knowing that Furlan left towards spawn.
Not trying to make it happen. A little isolation. 1-2 for Furlan to try and work with. They're not giving him a go, though. Not until he finally commits. There's the first, though. He chops him up to perfection. Absolutely beautiful to finish. And Furlan will give him one more clutch to close the half here. There you have it. Luminar holding things back just a tad. All knotted up at the half.
Nice kills, good accuracy from Grix to get them to that point, but even still, Captain Clutch arrives at the case. The refight after losing his first high HP teammate not soon enough. And this is do or die. We go again and we fully reset as if we never began it. I was gonna call you Anthran. I'm so sorry.
Dude. Wow.
Exner. It's 6-6, and they're balling it up towards B. It's a mirror image.
Let's see what they can get through the dual Berettas. Check number 1. Mission accomplished, at least in shutting down 2 of those 4 guns. But into the rest of the USPs becoming the bigger problem in this round and keeping their distance. Oh, they just can't find the headshot up against these blocks, can they? And it's by then a little too late. Molotov onto your teammate, not going to do any justice, but I don't think it mattered at all anyways. As Aurora Youngblood now finally close out both pistols in this third map.
Was there a team kill?
That was a molly. He stepped in his team, or well, the molly was thrown on his feet, to be fair. But
Oh, good.
yeah,
I just want to personally apologize for what happened last round.
it's all right. It's all right. I mean, maybe maybe it's on me. Maybe I led people to believe it was easy.
Yeah. Finally, Aurora Youngblood on their CT side after a grueling T start, one that felt like it would never end. Eventually they flip the script and they get themselves what they need to feel more comfortable and start to build up a bank, a bit of confidence, a booster in what's been a long series and a long day of CCT. They want to close out as victors. They're not all that far off. This round's going to be their 8th. That lead extended by 1 even further than that. And Vilby has been impressive, I will say, so far today.
Bit of stud. Too many struggles. Again, this 3-map affair, it finally looks like Aurora Youngblood might have themselves a big advantage for the first time. They've always had to claw back, it feels like. They've always had to get a slight comeback in these maps. But now they're the ones in the driver's seat, and they can further extend it into a 9th.
Think there's gonna be an operation anytime soon?
I've been thinking that for long enough to where I just, at this point, have no idea. Like, I don't know.
It's kind of one of those things where it's like, it's been long enough of a time where surely it is coming, but a matter of if and when. I hope so,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, me too. I like them.
I like the co-op missions. Those are the most fun.
My favorite, and I've kind of made up for it with refrag, is like the bot like holding things.
Yeah.
That's like the one thing I was like, okay, that's actually kind of a fun game mode. But now I just be playing refrag, so like.
I'm poor,
what's it called?
so
Crossfire.
I miss YPRAC, so.
Yeah, YPRAC was pretty good.
So
That was
good.
solid.
I used to just get on in the middle of the night when I couldn't sleep or anything and just start playing YPRAC.
Hey, you can have one of my free week codes, so I'll give it to you.
You actually have one?
Yeah, you get one every month.
Oh.
The subscription, so.
Okay.
I got a couple in deck.
Yeah, I know a guy. I remember I played against Maestro, the guy like at the head of it,
Yeah,
in a 10-man, and he was like, winner of the 10-man gets, I think it was 2 months free.
Dang.
And we tied, and I got a month, so
You
W.
should give it to the loser.
No!
That way they can get better.
Oh! That's true and actually funny, but more so, less of a joke right now, or Aurora Youngblood not to be messed with is the Deagle of PHR, though. He's already gotten 2. And they're already low on one more body, so they gotta be a little bit precautious about how they go about this one, but, oh, alright. Looks he's hot on the heels.
Got a little bit of a flank. Not a real need to jump the gun on this one. Just
No.
depends on how quickly they want to earn it.
They have a flash.
They do have a flash, yeah. That could be the right tool for the job to get past these close-up angles. Just wait out that smoke, see if you can't do even another kill, which would be valuable. But Marcos not quite in the position to set up that utility just yet. And they're waiting for any overextensions. For Aurora Youngblood, it becomes a test of how long can you stare at a wall and watch paint dry. The highs and lows of Counter-Strike take place.
frag right now.
PHR, wide swung. Those Famasas. They handled the job.
If he had sent a flashbang over the door, it would have blinded the both of them. Unfortunate. They'd rather just body up and double in, which is also a very viable strategy towards it, but, you know. What could have been. I didn't even actually notice that first kill. Second one was even better. He just holds the line. PHR, also a name storied in the Polish Tier 2 scene. He was on a Virtus Pro lineup once upon a time. We were speaking about Veggie the other day, Vincent and I, and looking to continue his career now in CCT would be a big win for him to find this best of 3, as they're already so 3 rounds behind and man down. It's PHR who's been dispatched of. The man you speak of, but oh, okay, hold on, one back, we're not done yet. Sneaky little guy, popping through the smoke saying hello, goodbye.
Hello once again. Some contact being taken. Not a bad 1-for-1. When you talk about how much time is actually left on this clock and sort of separation that's going to do in the defense. Will it create any gaps to be exploited? And as you can see, in doing so in this 4v4, they kind of fall off into a more passive approach on towards this B-side setup. And I don't know if that's the right solution for what's going on right now. They'll be coming in, see how much that smoke impacts it. All tough to make sure that they can't get much going. Smoke already down for long as well. Utility used effectively. Now just need to block in the bomb plant. HE for the smoke. Just opens up avenues for potential to fight through, but Marcos doesn't quite win the duel. Caught instead by the A1S's in a 4v3 in the post. Aurora Youngblood eager to try and keep up their advantage.
Uppies.
Watch one slip away. And the elevated angle gets knocked down. Vilby finally not able to have much impact. The op of Gurk strikes, but overrun. Furlan making all the right moves in the post and leaving no other options. But squeal away. Have to bail, call it. Luminar, hold steady.
That is a bit of a wacky round to be the one they walk away with. I'll say that much. Oh, wow, what an adjustment. Big 1v1 win. To duel out at that position is not simple, especially when you're not expecting there to be a boost. It's just all reactionary. Puts it through a bye, even still, though, for Aurora Youngblood now with another opportunity to slap down the poles. Up for Grix. It's been present. On the CT side, it can have a lot more to say and do, though, in terms of impact to be had. And nobody at A, nobody at his zone. That would have been his responsibility, but the Donut player too late towards it.
Dominant control of the map. Trying to hold on to this Donut control is key for Aurora Youngblood, and they have a lot of support in doing so.
Oh no!
Although the Molly, Gadzu catches 2 in the flames. High value out of that utility. How much more can he find? He's gonna need all 5. 2 not quite enough. One more. Feed it. Fed to him. And the op gets taken down as well. It's gonna be blue-white. Looking to cut things off. Smoke. He's gonna play around it. He's just gonna hold the line, and it's gonna be a safe access in towards the B site. Kadzu on for this clutch that felt impossible. Another chance for Illuminar to overcome the resistance of Aurora Youngblood. Number's gonna be punched in. That's gonna start the quick transition in for Blue White. He's gotta run it down. He chooses a safer option, keeping his position anonymous. Kadzu has no idea, but has already positioned himself well. Bomb planted for him. All he has to do is tuck. Hit in the hands. He's gonna go for the full stick. He's gonna clear this. He's gonna peek. Is he gonna peek in time though? Kadzu lands the headshot, and he gets the ace to clutch things up. Illuminar can't find a way to lose.
A 1v3, I think? 1v3 ace? He burned those 2 alive. He loses his teammate, and from then on, he does everything that he needs to. The spray control was sublime to be able to find not only the kills, but the damage through the wall in order to soften them up and make them an easy target. Blue-White with full HP, even still going for that full defuse, ballsy to where he could have very well have just cleared out the cave, but hard to make heads or tails of whether he's left, right, or whether he's wasted time. Attack timeout. As they're 1 off from their opponent, they've got lost bonus accumulating, continuing to swell, but right now, so too is the wound that's been inflicted by the Illuminar squad, who have their buyback and Furlan on a Mac. He's looking to get so much money for his worth right now, the captain taking the call economically, and a good one at that.
There you go. No longer Aurora Youngblood necessarily in the driver's seat. A couple of clutches like that. Great post plants played and great back into the thick of it versus this Illuminar squad. Just is no relief.
Sniper once again. It's the talking point I want to keep bringing back up because Grix not really ever rising up and above as things get hectic and things get crazy. He needs to be able to be the one to maintain, eventually learning from their mistakes and placing somebody towards his bomb site side, not even caring about the offer as the entry rifler. I think it was Bylani, but he'll eventually go down. So too will the rest as Grix stays alive and stands tall to Furlan in a 1v4. In the time of need, the Belarusian steps up to the plate, and it's a home run.
I mean, you mentioned the op presence being a bit of an important factor. That is so much impact out of him. Shuts down the play immediately. And stops the spree of rounds that have been picked up here by Illuminar. Finally putting it to an end. Double digits landed by Aurora Youngblood. Get it first. Even
This is
though
a lot tighter
comes
of
down
a
to the
game I thought
clutches.
it would be.
It's going to be a test to see who can just withstand this long game. Who has more endurance? And it's new ideas for Aurora Youngblood already crack things open.
Gotta display that stamina, man. It's been a long one, as said previously. It's been a day. It's been a series. Currently, as it were, we can see that HR has been dispatched of. Quite often, he'll be the first one to fall. I think he's the mid player. Can't tell for 100%. One of them. Off though.
Good on retrieval. Briggs, man of the round previous, quickly put down. McHugh's close to the ramp as Utils drop in their faces. Illuminar now need to make a new plan, or at least wait out this one and look to re-execute. Look to re-up on what they've already gotten, as Blixie will be cleaning out through Donut side and ensuring that nobody's going for a late lurk A main. Last thing they need is somebody ratting out in the back lines.
Flashbang's not gonna quite cut it. Double up.
Gonna be good on this. No, it's just a burst out of Furlan. And another one out of Kadzu. And cuts off cross to further solidify what was already kind of spoken for, and that's this round. Get locked in. And it's right back to a tied scoreline. The back and forth is going to continue, and tell you what, keep this up. What is that going to be? It very well could be overtime number 5 on the day. Keep them coming.
Keep it rolling, baby. Bring him my way. I want the action.
Oh, yeah.
Unless it goes past my bedtime. Mom says it's 8 o'clock tonight. We got an early morning.
8 o'clock.
I've got to wake up from my school, and I've got a dentist appointment. She's taking me out of gym class in 4th period.
Terrorists win.
Then you can't play Protect the President.
But then I get McDonald's.
I mean, I guess you gotta give and take in life, huh?
Sacrifices must be made. Eggs must be cracked to make omelets. And currently, at this point in time, we've run out of ingredients to cook with Aurora Youngblood. With nothing in the pantry, they're gonna have to go to the store. Attack timeout from Illuminar. And they're closing up shop in their own regard. This is them almost indefinitely to take a lead here, Exner. It feels indefinite by the time that the guns are brought back out from Aurora Youngblood, that Illuminar are going to see that feasible end mark for the best of 3.
Have it all tied up with 10s. F flying by. Back and forth.
Do this decider. Again, this isn't even to like lock in any positions, but both teams fighting so hard for that 2-0 spot right now.
Yeah.
No one willing to give up on this. The endurance test, and I think both teams passing in terms of keeping this one competitive. No one falling behind. Without those clutches, maybe Illuminar would have been in that position, but they've had that luxury.
Those clutches have been absolutely key in getting their heads back into it and maybe revitalizing
What it should be an exhausted camp. Marcos doesn't even get vision on where he got blasted from. That is a crazy one-tap. Lixie, one shot fired out of the hero rifle, and one player hits the sidelines. And now already a 5-man B stack. They've got everyone here. They keep on spamming that wood wall, but they're not getting anything for it. CCT's gonna be good. Oh, that is brilliant.
It's going to help, but it's not going to change the fact that there's 5 players.
On this B side of the map. There's the info. Just a burst out of the AK.
Is that going to force any indecision rethinking from Illuminar? They're still throwing utility in towards this B bomb site, but they're inching their way interested in the idea of making it towards middle. They're gonna look to claim it. And Blixie, what on earth is that? Transfers it for more. He's looking for the whole prize. Eventually finished off. Mulaney to keep it safe. Oh my god. He did so much. But in the end, it's just not quite enough.
Keeping Furlan from ripping his hair out for losing a round like that, of that nature, at this point in time, at the juncture that we're at in this game, could have been nightmare fuel. What shots from Blixie, man. There was even a world where he might have been able to find the fourth. Tapping away was the player at the shelf side. A second or two earlier. Would have been done. This is sink or swim for AYB at this point. My friend, it's been a long road and a long time coming. The Qs doesn't want to let it slip as they've been battling all day long, and they don't intend on stopping now. They've been on the brink before, and they brought it back at least close enough. Now it's in terms of conversion, in terms of capitalizing off of that work and all the hard shots they've needed to hit, and that's one of them. Marcos tagging up through the wall. The player there wasn't able to find the body, jutting out through the wall.
I mean, extra damage would have been nice to equalize the playing field. For now, just two players low in HP, making it more doable. Nothing guaranteed in this one. Team conceding. And again, it's going to be another slow burner for this round. Patience. But on display, another shot. Another opportunity for Marcos. This one doesn't quite connect. Able to land the damage like he did prior. Dirks is going to be forced forward in towards further fights in cave. Flash is perfect. Oh my god, the setup for himself. Set up for success is PHR. There's finally the crack through Furlan. Another one, and one around the smoke. Playing inside of it though. Wilby could save this. He gets adjusted though. Furlan lands the 90-degree flick. And Blixie left to fight up against what could be series point, and another opportunity now for Illuminar to knock this one out of the park. Maybe their easiest chance here if they just shut down this one last kill, but Blixie doesn't look to give them up that easy. One more headshot found, but it's not the kill confirmed. Ring around the Rosie on the bomb site. One, but not the second, and Op finally reigns supreme. And Illuminar going to give themselves series point in map number 3.
So many map points we've seen in this series gone awry, frankly. Many of those from Illuminar, eventually able to close out Dust 2, but quite the fright. Offer it up. His fans were left teetering on the edge of their seats to see if they could close out, and already damage exchanged, and it's in the favor of the CT squad with guns. Not really great enough to convert, though, needing now to body up, group, and try and find something together. 3 on the B site, 1 placed in cave. There are so many numbers for the Aurora Youngbloods. But are numbers going to be enough is the question. As they walk down now through the ramp close enough. Flash off of the wall of smoke to the door. Excuse me, a crunch in. A pincer for 2.
Oh, they're starting to crack through. Starting to break this one down slowly but surely. It could be another save. Another MP9 kill. Gurk's left up against the wall.
Kazu cannot save them. Cannot get past Vilby's AK. And Marcos left wondering what just happened to the easiest chance to close out this series. From here, it only gets more tricky unless he can win it. By no means easy though in this one. He's got to make his way through. Towards this A side. Now this has been space granted to him. He's going to take that timing. Full on sprint, a race. Blixie not interested in even challenging him on this one. He's going to have a post plant. He's going to have this A side for free. I'm finally getting punched in. He's going to give himself a position. Time to rotate as well. Blixie going to be quick
on recovery. Anticipating donut, but that's not where the aggression lies. Not first contact, at least. Blixie's going to be one of those. Now reposition inside of Temple. Time is of essence. There is no kits for the CT side. Can he isolate any of these fights? He misses his first, and that could call it. A molly on his location. A 10-second defuse. I mean, it gives him time to reroute. He's going to go for it. And he needed this shot into Blixie. It's not going to happen. Safety secured. Aurora Youngbloods will stay alive. A 4v5, man. Vanishes. Up against MP9s. It doesn't get better than that in terms of your closing opportunity, but what have Illuminar done on these map points? Well, they have struggled.
Holy moly. Final steps to winning this series. Illuminar. This is your time. There's no better other than that last round. Overtime will not be your best friend. It could be anything. Could mean so much to Aurora Youngblood, though, to get there. And here they begin their walk up towards house with nobody directly placed inside of it, Exner. But even still, they are near enough by. It's not far away as the A site leaves 2, B site the same, and fast under a rotate if they need Grix to. But even so, it's recon, and we're clearing out through mid now. And actually being held is back turned. They're waiting in patient game, and the T side might have just won it if Kadziu is as patient as he is now.
Time to a timing. Oh my god. Timing leads to a death slam instead. In pure frustration. And they were thinking for a split second, do I want to press this advantage all the way in towards cave? I think they made a very wise decision to route out of that. Because they've got a 5v3. There's zero need to further aggress. Tuck onto these bomb sites and contain that space. Vilby will do just that. Covering off middle and these good angles. And it is
surprised?
secured. Aurora Youngblood, keep track. Deny Illuminar the comfort of closing this series.
This is a serious stretch for a CCT game. This is about as long as they get, man. And it's been a battle to where these guys are going to feel like they're playing for a title, for a cup, for a championship. They're playing for the middle of the Swiss stage, dude. Second game in. They're just barely scratching the surface. Tomorrow they're going to want to sleep in. And they deserve it. The winners deserve it. The losers, they've got to play for another 2 hours, scrim and VOD review after. In that reverse order. VOD review, then scrim. Then VOD review again, then sleep. It's the path to pro, Exner.
Yeah, it doesn't afford for much time for relaxing.
Especially when these series get drawn out.
No eating,
Again,
no sleeping.
Illuminar have had many of these opportunities to make the series easy for themselves and just can't quite figure out the way to put the nail in the coffin. Is that going to be all costly? What a great Molotov. Forces a disruption, forces one forward. Blaney decides he wants to move in. Kadziu falls out. And a 5v3 with, most of the cards already shown from Illuminar on this B side.
Waiting to walk back up.
Usually they shall. Standard utility to try and flush with only 3 bodies. So many pieces you can toss. One to the entry, not with anybody else close up enough, and a collateral in terms of damage with PHR left to a limp. Left in the red, left for dead. What an absolute monumental claw for Aurora Youngblood in every single map at some point in time. And this time, in stark contrast to what was Dust 2, they push it over the line into overtime. And not only that, the lead. This is a lot.
In terms of utility being expended by both teams in the early stages, Grix once again taking up residency over towards A. Typically, you would have seen him over at the B side, and he's holding for a boost. There's no way! I've literally never seen that before, let alone the player actually holding for it. An unorthodox angle to a gimmick play nets them a first kill. What is this guy's brain cooking? What did he eat for breakfast? Because I need some of that. Marcos is going to be extraordinarily flustered with the fact that it ends in the way that it had, as Biolani gets to pick the weapon up off of the teammate's body, putting it to good use over on the defensive Mirage. But what good can he provide to Illuminar now? A minute down, A site looking likely. 3 players in that direction even still. Bomb in that way, just the same. They've got no more room to really go anywhere else unless a split is to occur. And they inch and lean towards mid. They look to combine, they look to collapse as only one player holds. It's Vilby who's just got this one put with an AK-47 down range, and he'll soon be smoked even. Just gotta be careful not to prematurely peek. Doesn't matter, Ferlin's got it.
Yeah, just bit shaky right there from Vilby. Had some time to react, but couldn't quite lay in the shots. Gives Ferlin time to adjust. They've lost their D-lurker in the meantime. Blixie holding the line. And good for a single. Takes down the low HP bar, but quickly traded Kadzu and Belaney, making this one possible. And Op charges through the Molotov and goes even further. Wants to seal it with the 5-7. He's denied the bomb, and there's no time. It's already hit that 3-second mark. That play done it. I can't believe it, but he bought enough time playing around with the 5-7 to perfection. And Aurora Youngblood now the team that's winning out in these late rounds.
Dude, and the craziest part of that is Biolani isn't on top of the box. He's got time. He had to wait before he hit the ground. There was about 4.5 to 5 seconds left when he was trying to elevate himself for the kill. Gets it. There isn't enough time for him to hit the floor and for the timer to reset. Look, ready? There's that kill. Runs around. Jumps atop the box afterwards. 5, 4. If he didn't move up, he would have had it. Such a small, insignificant decision that he could never have known would have come back to bite him. But that is Marcos bit again. A spam, a kill, and more on the other side. Vilby wants it done, and he wants it done now.
They're tired. They want to finish this one quickly. It could be another sweep in overtime. Last time we saw it for Aurora Youngblood, it was plenty enough to lock themselves in a position and a map victory. This time they're going to have it again if they just convert on a 2v5.
Surely.
And in that position, Illuminar going to give them one more chance to close this out than what they got in regulation. And one chance too many maybe is Blixie and Gurks to close things out. Aurora Youngblood secure the sweep and are looking to secure the series off the back of it.
Demanding lead in overtime now. Finally secured as Aurora Youngblood do not stop in their trek. Grix does not stop with that op. And everybody's starting to really believe in the finish here now. So very unfortunate that 3 of the first 5 kills for the Illuminar squad are through smoke. They're over the top side or bottom side of a smoke. No vision, just sound. Hearing them being tagged. Even still, it's just them educated guesses they place their crosshairs onto the line for. And we go one last round needed. Roy Youngblood, will they see remnants of the same curse that Illuminar had faced and where their close is all the more difficult as the smoke gap gives enough for Blixie to fight through. Walks in up and ahead with a flash to boot. He's gotten both of them able to fall out and away. And McHughes takes a gamble through to find what very well could have been the game-shifting, round-shifting ending kill in a 5 count turn 4v2.
Oh, they're holding nothing back, man. Aurora Youngblood coasting to the finish line. All that was required was 2 rounds in regulation to get them to overtime. And they test Illuminar's endurance, and it seems like this marathon that we've been running, finally there's someone that's taken a substantial lead. Marcos is just gonna have to walk this one on in. Call it early. Up is posted on his location, and HE to set the tone. Not a chance. Aurora Youngblood's I mean, again, in a grueling series, able to get the job done and move up into that 2-0 position, believe it or not. That is what they were fighting for, but fighting tooth and nail to get to this point.
Absolutely. It's probably pretty late in Poland. I think it's closing in on midnight right now for them. It's definitely been a long one. I don't know what time it is in Russia or wherever they may be based out from, but even still, it has been one hell of a day, one hell of a finish in CCT, seeing a blowout in the first 3 games, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. We do not finish that one in the slightest. It's all that pent-up energy saved up for the finale of Youngbloods versus Luminar. We go all 3 maps, and not only that, but we go all 30 rounds, well, I guess now all 24 rounds, as well as some overtime to boot. That was a very, very well coordinated effort from both teams, although we did see their weaknesses. We saw their hiccups. We saw the gaps in their armor that were being exposed by one another, particularly Illuminar and their inability to close in a couple of these situations. Also, Dust 2, although they closed, that's, again, win is a win, but not really a convincing one by the final.
I feel like it's pretty straightforward. The problem, I think Illuminar are doing a lot right in these series in the beginning stages. And it comes down to closing out games in a more comfortable fashion. I mean, as a NA fan, as an NA commentator, I know that pain very well. But it feels like that was just constantly the issue, right? I mean, so many great advantages, so many good situations in these regulations where they should have just been able to knock it down. They've had a lot of series points throughout the first and 2 maps, or the second and third map, I should say. And they had a lot of map points on Dust 2 that were maybe their foundation was enough. Maybe a 12-4 lead was enough to get it across the line, but remember that one went the distance as well. So it just feels like at every stage, a struggle to close has cost Illuminar this series, and it's going to make their chances at getting into a playoff run a little more difficult.
Yeah, talk about a playoff run. That's the end of Swiss round 2. That concludes all of these proceedings from where every team had gotten themselves off to either a not-so-great start or a good start. Now there's a middle ground. Some teams maybe not so much. We see the next matches will be settled upon in short time. We will have those available for you in the coming day, I believe. So it's going to be exciting to see how it all unfolds as Swiss system is over time gotten better and better, and CCT does it well, making sure that they're best of 3s in my opinion. So definitely no room to lose out, and I agree. I love it a lot. There's so many more teams to be seen. Just today, we had seen a good number of them as the team quality also seems to be rising. A very interesting quality of teams as this is the finish out for the high and low. You can see moving onwards up are Young Ninjas, Endpoint, Aurora Youngblood, and 4th team that I didn't get to quite catch, Cybershock. Moving down into the 0-2 are Pre-C, Monty Gen, Project G, and Havu. They are in danger zone, my friend Exner.
Right, I mean, we've already highlighted, I think, in the series that we casted on that CR1 side of things, when we talked about Havu and the problems that they've been facing. It definitely feels like hot water and the necessity to turn things around. As for, again, the opportunity of Aurora Youngblood and Endpoint that we got to see today, I mean, sky's the limit. Should be playoff teams at this position, but it's never straightforward in locking that one down. So, again, not into playoffs until you get 3 wins. For some of these rosters, so gonna be exciting to see how things shape up. Again, those matches should be announced pretty soon. But with that being said, I want to thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been a great day of Counter-Strike. It's been a long day of Counter-Strike, but that is all the Counter-Strike we have here on this channel here in Europe. If you guys want to tune into some more action, tune in tomorrow, and we will see you then.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade drop skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.